The Department of Education. DepEd Region 11. Division of Davao de Oro. The Davao de Oro Mathematics Enhancement Program presents Project It's Me. With our speakers, Pebble P. Pumikpik, Master Teacher 1 of Mabini National High School, with the topic, The Rationale. Sir Julius Ernest R. Miranda, Teacher 1 of Mabini National High School, with his topic, Ed Mudo. And Christine A. Teves, Master Teacher 1 of Pasian National High School, in her topic, Flip Grade and Zip Grade. Ma'am Irene Leia C. Mangoon, Teacher 3 of Mantukan National High School, with the topic Mathematics Assessment Tools. Sir Romuel M. Bisnar, Teacher 1 of Pasian National High School, with the topic Quiz Maker and PowerPoint Animation. Ma'am Sheila May L. Dandan, Teacher 2 of Attorney Orlando S. Rimando National High School, with the topic Class Dojo, Google Apps, and Microsoft Forms.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Mag-ibig, tegas ng silangalan, alam ng puso, sa titik ko'y buhay. Upang hinirang, tuyag ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong bangaw, ay ginatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang islang ng matawad ko'y tagumpay na nag-iingin, ang bituin at karoon niya kailan ang may magtitingin. Luman ang araw ng warhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hindi kaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Haminog ka sa manaman migtapul to langit, woy migtumpi to tanok kasublan maroson no kunog kailingan, kamigbalin tutuan noy, no sob-sob to kanamin gaynawa, woy migpunan to kanamin umul tumulo na anon na, no migpogpono sa init ampaw to ingod. Sa ini kay kunto manaman amoy no ritibulsan to langit og sampit to maroson nun ngaran na, dumat to kay kon mo panisingan na, kakalayag tahon liyag karanga, panayangan na, pamulingan, mandalingan, woy, tumo dumapad, sublagpad erit harikala, namigbohayan nuto, katongoda, tupog nongnong, tupog pataha, oyog patanod-tanod, kanami tomatolos nun tularo, no nakabaglit gyut ampot kawayhana, oyaw kaasolom, duok kaupianan na, woy katubungan na, magbabayo, sa ini kako din tugtubaron na, igbohoy kuro, di ko'y ko, ka magbabayon mamintoran, manama no olog nogdayrayon.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شمل الأمات والنصارى والمسلمين في الفلبين وسلط مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في وطننا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين اللهم ارفع عنا البلاء والوباء والزلازل وسيء الأسقام وما ظهر منها وما بطن خاصة كوفيد-19 المنتشرة في العالم يا رب العالمين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم آمين يا رب العالمين.
Almighty Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we adore and worship your holy name, our healer, baptizer, Savior, and coming King. We stand in awe to your every creation in land, seas, and air. We humble ourselves, asking for forgiveness for our trespasses. Purify us, cleanse us, make us worthy to call upon you. We thank you, God, for the salvation you freely gave through Jesus. Today we call unto you to bless us and be a blessing to others. Empower our leaders, our teachers, give courage to the parents and inspiration to the young ones. May we always celebrate life and love. May we always acknowledge that without you, we are nothing. This we pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow charity. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is error, the truth. Where there is doubt, the faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we received, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying to ourselves that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
Davao Region, Pinanggang Yuta, may bukid ako nga labing taas. Haring Agila, nasudnong langgam, waling-waling hara sa kabulakan. May gulawan, ug haring durian, lubi ug saging, ug aslamian. Yutang tabunog, daghan ug nindog, nga kapangin ang hunian. Ang naglangkob mga probinsya, mga nagdayang nakahiusa, may gituhan nga Dios, Davao de Oro, Davao Oriental, del Norte Occidental del Sur, Ciudad sa Davao, Panabotagong, Samang Island, Mati
Aspiration, the top-notch region in developing and nurturing 21st century learners through inclusive education. Quality policy. We are committed to serve our learners, teachers, school heads, and stakeholders by providing contextualized learning materials, competent school heads and education supervisors, relevant regulatory services and local policies, and responsive education support services. These are delivered by responsible, competent, and innovative employees, supported by technologically driven processes and keeping an environment of continual improvement. We are also committed to comply with the existing laws, rules, and regulations issued by Civil Service Commission and other oversight agencies, and to operate under an enabling accountability, God-fearing leadership with ethical and transparent governance. Core values: empowerment, adaptability, goal-oriented, leadership, and excellence.
Davao de Oro Division presents Mathematics Enhancement Program. Has 5 areas of concern: teachers' proficiency in math content, pedagogy, and other innovative teaching strategies. Increase quality learning resources in mathematics. Improving assessment in math, or IA. Strengthen capacity of out-of-field teachers in math. And let us enjoy mathematics.
Davao de Oro Math Enhancement Program proudly presents Project It's Me, Innovative Teaching Strategies for Mathematics Educators. This is a series of seminars and trainings in different pedagogies of learning that will enhance the capacity and skills of teachers in their field of expertise. This project envisions all mathematics teachers of Davao de Oro to apply innovative teaching strategies to effectively respond to the demands of the present time and ensure the delivery of quality education to the learners. Project It's Me.
Well, last year was the adjustment period to all of us, to the students, and even to all of us teachers. We have limited of strategies in teaching to use in the new normal context. That is why this training aims to prepare teachers to implement innovative mathematics teaching strategies in the new normal. That is, this is another bag of strategies that we will carry on throughout the teaching and learning process, especially in this new normal. Isn't it exciting, Teacher Ram?
Indeed, Sir Seth, like what we always say, learning is a never ending process. Like in the field that we are right now, our learning must not stop, but instead, it must grow and foster. That's why we are so privileged that we are now in our second wave in this mathematics enhancement program, Sir Seth.
Indeed. And we are so grateful to be your host again for this second Mathematics Enhancement Program. I am Teacher Joseph Rizon, a Teacher 1 from Pantucan National High School.
Yes, good morning, Sir Seth, and good morning to whole division of Davao de Oro. I am teacher Jeremil Alvior from Division 2. Bijan National High School. We are grateful and very privileged to be with you all in this virtual mass training workshop on fortifying teaching pedagogies and other innovative teaching strategies in mathematics in the new normal, beginning today, August 18, until August 20, 2021.
Well, Teacher Ram, this 3-day training is simultaneously streamed through our various platforms to our Facebook page. That is Davao de Oro Math Circle of Innovators, which is flashed on your screen. And we also have our Facebook private group. That's DDO Mathematics Hub for active learning. And of course, to our YouTube channel at DDO MEP space TV. Again, that's DDO MEP TV. So please don't forget to subscribe, which is flashed also on your screen, Teacher Ram.
Yes, thank you so much, Teacher Seth. And for the information of everyone, our attendance link are also found below your screen. You may notify us with your attendance through our link, and that is tinyurl.com/day1am dash pedagogy. Again, that is tinyurl.com/day1am dash pedagogy. And of course, reminder lang po to all the teacher, morning attendance will start at exactly 7 a.m. until 10 a.m. in the morning. Again, it's 7 a.m. until 10 a.m. in the morning. And for the afternoon session, our attendance will open at exactly 12:30 p.m. until 2 p.m. Again, that is 12:30 p.m. until 2 p.m. po. So teachers, please don't forget to attend this webinar through answering your attendance link.
And we would like also to inform everyone that our official hashtag for this training shall be, that is hashtag DDO-MEP 2021. Again, our hashtag for this training is hashtag DDO-MEP 2021. Please, you may post your pictures, screenshots, and even your daily outputs while being virtually present in our training using our official hashtag, that is hashtag DDO-MEP 2021. Teacher Ram?
Yes, Sir Seth, and that is very accurate, Teacher Seth. We are so happy to have you all virtually present in your various gadgets, ready to learn and improve one way or another.
And on that note, Teacher Ram, to formally present this training's participants and to welcome us all, let us have on screen a Master Teacher 1 of Monte Vista National High School and the President of the Davao de Oro Math Circle Innovators, Sir Jeremiah C. Gumanoy.
Let us give him a virtual round of applause. Yay! Welcome, sir. Sir, naka-mute ka, sir. Sir Jerry, naka-mute po, sir.
High School and the President of the Davao de Oro Math Circle.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sir Joseph, Sir Ram. Good morning, Division of Davao de Oro. Kumusta po mga kaguro? Sir Joseph, Sir Ram. I hope everyone is okay, safe and sound. My courtesy and warmest morning greetings to our Regional Director, Dr. Alan Z. Parnaso, to our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Eugenia P. Gamutin, and also to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan, to the Chief Education Supervisor in CLMD, Dr. Mary Jane B. Aliger, and to the brilliant people of CID office headed by our CID Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim, Also to all education program supervisors of different learning areas, especially to our very own education program supervisor in mathematics, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, the brain and the architect of this event. My morning greetings also to all public schools district supervisors of Davao de Oro, to all school heads, school principals, both from elementary and secondary, especially to my very supportive school principal of Monte Vista National High School, Dr. Geraldine O. Perez, with her assistant school principal, Sir Junepe Miguel, and to all math district coordinators, both from elementary and secondary, and officers of Math Circle Innovators, the technical working group, training team of this event, to all teachers of Davao de Oro who are attending this webinar. Our dearest participants, good morning and welcome to this 3D virtual training. Just find your comfortable place upon attending this webinar so that you will have your 100% focus and maximum participation of this training. As mentioned a while ago, this training aims to capacitate teachers on the innovative teaching strategies in mathematics and even to the other learning areas very applicable in the new normal. It will give us an avenue to experiment and practice the most relevant teaching methods that will improve the learner's engagement, motivation, and their academic performance as a whole. With that, I am very happy and honored to present the training team, the total number of officially registered participants of this webinar. As of August 17, 2021, at 7:15 a.m., our total number of registered participants of this webinar reached to 2,300. Again po, 2,300, both from elementary and secondary mathematics teachers and several teachers from other learning areas coming from the 18th district of Davao de Oro. So in behalf of the training team and the Mathematics Circle Innovators, to all participants, we want you to know that we are very grateful to your gestures of interest to attend this webinar. May you have a joyful and fruitful moment upon attending this event. May God bless us all. Once again, good morning and welcome to this webinar.
Well, thank you so much, Teacher Jerry. Thank you so much, Teacher Jerry, for your very warm welcome to begin this 3-day training. Indeed, we are really excited to know what mathematics and technology can offer. We are excited to go further from our comfort zone in teaching. Teacher Ram?
Yes, indeed, you are so very right, Teacher Seth. And now, let us hear a message from the OIC Chief of the Curriculum and Instruction Division, the brilliant Dr. Arlene B. Lim.
A virtual round of applause, Dr. Lim. Hello, Doc Lim.
Hello, good morning. Good
Good
morning
morning.
sa lahat. At thank you so much for coming up to this kind of engagement once again for the mathematics group of Davao de Oro. So of course, before I will start with my message, may I have my courtesy to our schools division superintendent, Ma'am Euphemia Tigamutin, CESO 5, and with our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Romel R. Handayan, the CESO 6, and of course, to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir
Yan, Dr. Lim. So, yan, Teacher Ram. So, we have coming from the division office. We are so grateful to
I am
have.
indeed very inspired today uh, to be with you once again for the Davao de Oro Mathematics Enhancement Program that was already been assigned or designed by your education program supervisor. Yes, it's true that this school year 2020-2021 is a big challenge, was a challenge to all of us. But yet, it marked the resiliency of the Department of Education in facing the global crisis, no, the challenge everyone. And Davao de Oro is not far behind or left behind with this kind of resiliency, because even then that we are facing this kind of difficulty in the new normal of education, yet our enhancement program for teachers are ongoing and alive and kicking. So it's very, very inspiring as the OIC CID chief of this division. And of course, the Davao de Oro division, together with the mathematics family, is indeed very determined to address both the learner's gap and the learner's needs in continuing our education. The group of mathematics, no, family headed by Sir Renato Pakpakin is also bounded with the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan for 2021-2022. And this educational package, which is supposed to be received by all the teachers in mathematics, is already at hand and it is already scheduled by your education program supervisor. So thank you so much, to the TWG who is with Sir Pakpakin and who is very, very active, who are very, very active in supporting the mathematics enhancement program. So imagine 2,300 teachers reach with this kind of training on the or for or workshop for fortifying teaching pedagogies and other innovative teaching strategies in mathematics. So it's me, no, talagang very creative yung pagkagawa ng mga acronym ni Sir Pax and with the TWG group. Congratulations for this. So as I've said, we are guided with the basic learning continuity plan articulated in DepEd Order number 12. And this activity is very, very helpful. So I know that this kind of activity is quite different from what we are used to be doing, but yet we do not stop doing it. So talagang para sa akin ay gawa ito ng Panginoon, no? Kasasabi daw, sabi nga na kapag trabaho ng Panginoon ay mahirap pero kayang gawin at pag nagawa na ay talagang nakakataba ng puso. So I am, instead of giving you inspiration, but I am more inspired by the act of love that you have extended to our learners. I know our virtual conferences are just honing, no? Parang tayo lang ang pinapagaling, mga teachers, tayo lang ang pinapagaling sa mga trainings natin. However, the great challenge is how are you going to apply this knowledge to your learners in this new normal. So alam ko, ang mga teachers natin ay magaling naman at alam ko na meron na kayong kanya-kanyang strategies, no, to reach your learners. At itong training na ito ay talagang makakatulong sa inyo mga teachers para ma-transfer ang mga kaalaman sa ating mga kabataan. I know mathematics is too difficult even in face-to-face encounter, but then your competencies as teachers can handle all the challenges. So the success of the mathematics enhancement program implementation are coupled with challenges. I know that we need to adjust and we need to modify. But with the dedication of the mathematics teachers, so with your education program supervisors leading you in this kind of mission, I know all things will be possible. No, talagang bilib na ako sa grupo ng mathematics kasi yung inyong mga programa ay talagang naka-anchor na sa ating DELCP. And your accomplishment is the accomplishment of our learners. So, may I request everyone and may I enjoin every teachers to really apply these skills that the learning that you have gained from this training, please apply this to your learners. When we have the different learning modality, may it be in modular, may it be in online. So, let us help our learners in the best way we can. Alam ko mahirap ito para sa atin, pero ang ating isang taon na pamamalagi sa new normal ay nagbibigay na sa atin ng iba't ibang mga aspeto kung ano ang dapat natin gawin sa taong ito. So, kung kaya natin na gawin na successful ang ating pagtuturo last year, alam ko this coming school year ay kaya pa din natin gawin yun. Kaya lang, wag natin kalimutan na humingi talaga ng tulong sa ating Panginoon na kakayanin natin ang lahat. Alam ko mahirap, pero kailangan lang ng puso para ibigay sa ating mga learners kung ano yung nararapat na kanilang matatanggap. So, your training, this 3-day training, you are entitled for a service credits. So, yun lang naman ang aming, both the participants and the TWG, yun lang ang pwede naming maibigay. Wala naman kaming remuneration for all the efforts. But kahit na walang pera na ma-involve sa ating training, but yet alam ko na makikita ito ng Panginoon na tayo ay nagsisikap na maging isang mabuting guro. So, fellow teachers, congratulations once again for coming up to this kind of engagement. And I know you will learn many things and you will just start learning another things naman. So, good luck to this kind of training. I hope you will not have your too much multitasking while listening to our training because the topics are very, very helpful. The topics are good. Nakikita ko, o kahit hindi ako major in math, pero I know that the topic is very helpful to us and I will be joining you from time to time. So, pero may virtual ako mamayang hapon with the LR, but whenever the time is possible, I will join the group because I want to learn something new also from this kind of training. So, Sir Pax, congratulations to the TWG. Go on lang po kayo. Maraming salamat sa inyong serbisyong walang patid sa ating mga kabataan at sa lahat ng mga guro. Congratulations din sa inyong pagdalo at sana ang ating adhikain ay makakamtan natin sa araw na ito at sa buong 3 araw na iginawad sa atin ng Panginoon. Good morning everyone and thank you for coming. Good luck and be ready for this very good engagement. Good morning.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lim. Thank you so much,
Yes.
Dr. Lim, to our OIC
Yes.
Chief of the Curriculum and Instruction Division. We are ready, right, teachers? Well, Teacher Ram?
Yes, thank you so much again. Thank you so much, Dr. Lim, for the appreciation, inspiration, and encouragement. Indeed, Doc, we will really apply, we will really do our best to help our students in the best that we can by applying the things that we learn here in this webinar, right, Teacher Seth?
Yes, indeed, we are blessed to have the people with us from our supportive division office personnel down to our school coordinators and math teachers. And of course, Teacher Ram, speaking of our active and supportive division office personnel, let us hear a message coming from the Chief Education Supervisor in Curriculum and Learning Management Division. We have Dr. Mary Jean Aldier. Doc?
Yes, ayan. Let
Hello,
us give ma'am
everyone.
a virtual applause. Ayan, welcome ma'am.
Hello, everyone. My courtesy to our I'm in home quarantine due to exposure. Okay, my courtesy to our regional director, Director Alan G. Farnazo, our assistant regional director, Dr. Maria Ines Asuncion, and my very good friend, my ate, our schools division superintendents, Ma'am Euphemia Gamutin, and our very good friend also, ASDS Dr. Remel Handayan, and my ever wind beneath my wings here in Davao de Oro. We have our chief, CID chief, Dr. Arlene Bilim, and my ever partner in the regional office who always gave support to whatever plan that I always have for the regional office. My partner there, our education program supervisor in mathematics, Dr. Renato Pakpakit, and all the education program supervisors of Davao de Oro who are all my friends in any aspect of work here in the Department of Education, especially when I was assigned as chief education education chief education supervisor of the Field Technical Assistance Division, and all my friends PSDSS and school heads of Davao de Oro and my fellow educators. Good day, everyone. It's my honor to be invited here because personally, I am a mathematics major by profession, and I do love mathematics, literacy, and numeracy. That's why I am very. Wait a minute. Okay, because wait in a moment. Present. I'm having another activity here, but I'm present. Um, excuse. We have our education program supervisor, Dr. Mary Jane Mejorada, but then other education program supervisors are also invited. Thank you. My apology, Davao de Oro. It's just a multitasking. Okay. I'm very honored to be invited this activity today. It's because by profession and by hobby, I really like mathematics. Although when I was in college, I prefer to take English as my major. But then due to exams, my math top over my English. Although it's just a little bit a little scores, and then my grade also my math top over my English. So in the normal university, it's always the result of the exam that would prevail rather than your desire of whatever major that you are going to take. But anyway, um, I am blessed in the sense that I am with you in enhancing your skill in mathematics. I know that you are all skilled, but we need to unfill our cup to fill our cup. It doesn't mean that once you are trained, you are already fully equipped, because training is not just a one shoot deal. It should be cyclical, meaning if you are trained today in this aspect, rest assured that there will always be another training in the same aspect. It's because there are informations that are not fully grasped in this schedule of training, but then it can be understood in another set of training, but although it's just the same topic, but it's more enhanced. So that's why I said there is no such thing as I know it all, because once you said that you know it all, you already boxed your thinking that this is already the right thing and this is enough. Do not say enough in terms of education, in terms of learning, because every day is a learning day, and every day gives us lessons to learn, and somewhat gives us time to reflect and improve ourselves, especially as teacher. This implementation of school year 2021, 2022, it's already the normal of the Department of Education. Last year, we can call it as the new normal, but this year and beyond, it's already the normal of the Department of Education. I could not foresee in the future that DepEd will still go back to the way that we used to. It's because our learners are already enhanced in terms of the modalities, and our teachers are already enhanced too in terms of using the different learning modalities and different learning deliveries that we experience from 2020 and 21 school year. When you see different modalities like Dr. Arlene mentioned, the modular, the TV, the radio based instruction, but when you say learning delivery, that is the synchronous, asynchronous, or it could be a full home learning, or it could be in the future because there is already a call for limited face-to-face instruction to all those schools which don't have any issues at all in terms of health issues of pandemic. So they can for sure this year have this their limited face to face, but I don't know yet for Davao de Oro as to what school who will implement that limited face to face. So it's up for the LGU and the division to decide, for us the region to look into. So with that, congratulations everyone, because you are equipped both the learning modalities and the learning delivery and the different learning platforms. Congratulations that you adapt right away to the recent to the normal of the Department of Education. Rest in the future that you are already that full equipped, but I will just challenge you to fill and fill your cups for you to fill your cup. And then your challenge should be to whoever who attended the training today, please feel free to share that information to your co-teachers, because not all of us will be learning at the same time. Not all of us will be understanding all the concepts or all the theories introduced to us. So it would be good if there is that community of helping one another, para bang mentoring the mentors, coaching the coaches. So you need to establish that. And I know that Dr. Pakpakin already had this TWG, or group of teachers, group of math enthusiasts who can really help each one, especially to those schools which performance in mathematics is very very low. Okay, feel free to open your gate so that you can let somebody in to help us improve the implementation of mathematics. And I am looking also forward that our children will be confident to be math literate, numerate in terms of the concepts and the application of mathematics. Do not just teach and teach. Try to make it sure, try to reach to the point that we will be able to produce children who has that confidence to really apply mathematics in their own understanding, in their own practical way, because in life we just use these numerical concepts and theories through survival, through using it in a day-to-day basis in life, when they are already adults. So with that, congratulations everyone, and keep the passion for teaching math. Erase in the concept of our children that math is hard, but then let them feel that math is enjoyable because they can play numbers. I really love math because we can play the numbers. Okay, so congratulations everyone, keep the passion, and then take care of yourself, because it's one way you have an obligation to take care of your family, to take care of your community, and also to take care of your workplace. Just that should be your number one obligation. So we could not do very well in our task and or in our responsibility if we are not holistically well. When you stay holistically well, mentally okay, confidence in the heart, peace in the heart, and then physically okay, both the psychomotor and the fine motor. So with that, I am looking forward for raising the bar for a good and best performance of mathematics in Davao de Oro for the coming year, and the coming year, of course, with the help, of course, of our education program supervisors, our PSDSS, and especially our school heads, because we are all players on the ground. So with that, God bless you all. And Sulong Educalidad, Rehiyon 11. So for Mathematics of Davao de Oro, Sulong, I know that you are doing very well, and keep the track, Dr. Pakpakin. God bless everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Mary Jean Altigir, coming from the region office, regional CLMD chief. Well, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Indeed, every day, according to ma'am, every day is a learning day. She also mentioned that today this is a normal of a Department of Education, and through this training, our teachers are ready and enhanced with different modalities. So, right, Teacher Ram?
Yes, Teacher Seth. And I guess, Teacher Seth, we will proceed to the training management video. So, Sir Seth?
At this point in time, to let us watch a video presentation to the introduction of participants and training management.
The training management team and participants. Schools Division Superintendent, Madam Euphemia T. Gamutin, Career Executive Service Officer 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. School Governance and Operations Division Chief, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. OIC Chief of Curriculum Implementation Division, Ma'am Arlene B. Lim, PhD. Education Program Supervisor in Filipino, Ma'am Eldecris B. Calzadora. Education Program Supervisor in TLE, Ma'am Noemi P. Canales. Education Program Supervisor in MAPE, Sir Dexter A. Sikenya, EDD. Education Program Supervisor in Science, Ma'am Cesenia C. Morales. Education Program Supervisor in English, Ma'am Hilda A. Opeña. Education Program Supervisor in ESP, Ma'am Nuhara O. Pinote. Education Program Supervisor in SPED, Dr. Andy P. Kabudok. Education Program Supervisor in Araling Panlipunan, Dr. Grace D. Puntillas. And Education Program Supervisor in Mathematics, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin. The DDO Mathematics Enhancement Program Technical Working Team. Education Program Supervisor in Mathematics, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin. For training on content, Master Teacher 1 of Pantukan National High School, Ma'am Sylvia R. Kiram. And Teacher 3 of Pantukan National High School, Ma'am Irene Lea C. Mangohon. For training on pedagogy, Master Teacher 1 of Mabini National High School, Ma'am Pebble P. Pumikpik. And Master Teacher 1 of Basian National High School, Ma'am Christine A. Teves. For training on LRs in mathematics, Master Teacher 1 of Moncayo Central Elementary School, Sir Hemesito P. Montesilio. And Master Teacher 1 of Montevista National High School, Sir Jeremias C. Gumanoy. For training on assessment or IA, Teacher 3 of Attorney Orlando S. Rimando National High School, Sir Michael Eric L. Dandan. And Teacher 2 of Attorney Orlando S. Rimando National High School, Ma'am Sheila May L. Dandan. For training out-the-field teachers in mathematics, Teacher 1 of Maragusa National High School, Ma'am Robelyn D. Maharokon. And Teacher 3 of San Miguel National High School, Ma'am Jeline B. Sabid. For Kwame, Senior Education Program Specialist, School Governance and Operations Division, Ma'am Marnelli Jane A. Bernal. Math Host Team, Team Leader, Teacher 3 of Pantukan National High School, Ma'am Irene Lea C. Mangohon. Teacher 1 of Pantukan National High School, Sir Joseph Rizon. Teacher 1 of Lagab Elementary School, Ma'am Bessie Aya N. Banias. Teacher 1 of Cabidjanan National High School, Sir Jeramil S. Alvior. The Math ICT Team, Team Leader. Teacher 2 of Attorney Orlando S. Rimando National High School, Ma'am Sheila May L. Dandan. Teacher 3 of Attorney Orlando S. Rimando National High School, Sir Michael Eric L. Dandan. Teacher 1 of Mabini National High School, Sir Julius Ernest R. Miranda. Teacher 3 of Mainit Elementary School, Sir Mac Austin P. Alasna. And Teacher 1 of Pasian National High School, Sir Remuel M. Bisnar. The participants from Compostela East District, Public Schools District Supervisor, Sir Ray P. Antonio. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Marieta A. Rimulta. District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Dalia A. Camus. From Compostela West District, School Principal 3 and District Head, Ma'am Maroja V. Belisario, EDD. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Chofila L. Bungat. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Jeline B. Sabig. For Laak North District, Public Schools District Supervisor, Dr. Ramon L. Zafra. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Sir Joven A. Carmelotes. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Sir Dennis Zaragoza. From Laak South District, District Coordinating Principal, Sir Ruel E. Violan. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Marisa B. Diquito. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Bernardina A. Danag. From Mabini District, Public Schools District Supervisor, Ma'am Renee J. Peñarroyo. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Maribeth C. Relator. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Pebble P. Pumikpik. From Mako North District, Public Schools District Supervisor, Sir Noel B. Canales. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Teresa P. Cantilla. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Lorna B. Gaku. From Mako South District, Public Schools District Supervisor, Ma'am Judy P. Noses, EDD. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Mayan P. Mendoza. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Jeannie Rose V. Eliaga. From Maragusan East District, District Coordinating Principal, Sir Mar Ulysses G. Sombrero. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Sir Gerson Ibanez. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Annalyn C. Fuentes. From Maragusan West District, District Coordinating Principal, Ma'am Emilia A. Zamora. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Rowena A. Puertos. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Emilda Melendres. From Mawab District, Public Schools District Supervisor, Ma'am Azucena L. Teves, PhD. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Sir Jefferson R. Grasparel. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Miriam R. Andrade. From Moncayo East District, School Principal 3, District Coordinating Principal, Ma'am Shirley Jean V. Sugano. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Renali T. Ardina. District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Christine A. Teves. From Moncayo West District, Public Schools District Supervisor, Sir Marcelino G. De Los Reyes, EDD. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Sir Hemesito P. Montesilio. District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am LVJ Caballero. From Monte Vista District, Public Schools District Supervisor, Ma'am Clemencia P. Escropulo. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Gina P. Remoreras, and District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Sir Jeremias C. Gumanoy. From Nabunturan East District, School Principal 3, District Head, Ma'am Rosario A. Nuneza. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Ferolyn C. Lapiceros. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Sir Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr. From Nabunturan West District, Public Schools District Supervisor, Sir Alan R. Guerta, EDD. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Ludelia P. Alesna. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Sir Dave A. Remarata. From New Bataan District, District Coordinating Principal, Sir Jumedes C. Caligdan, EDD. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Algie P. Basmayor. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Shana May C. Jazon. From Pantucan North District, Public Schools District Supervisor, Ma'am Florinda G. Dinopol, EDD. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Faith Caroline I. Dome. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Sylvia R. Kiram. And from Pantucan South District, School Principal 4 and District Coordinating Principal, Ma'am Balbina B. Tolentino. District Math Coordinator for Elementary, Ma'am Chafel B. Nunez. And District Math Coordinator for Secondary, Ma'am Cherry May Dingkong.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the video presentation. Of course,
Yes, thank you so much.
we are so grateful to have these different personnel coming from the division office down to our math teachers, to our math coordinators. Thank you so much po mga teachers. Teacher Ram?
Yes, thank you so much also, sir, for the teacher heads that we have, and all the math coordinators, to all the district coordinating principal, to the district supervisor for supporting this event. Thank you so much, teachers. Yan. And sir, what is next?
Yes, Teacher Ram. This time, let us now go to the orientation of our training rationale, Teacher Ram.
Yes, Sir Seth, we need to be guided on the set of rules we are to follow, so that at the end of this training, we all shall be learning a lot, and we shall bring all our learnings in our future tasks, Sir Seth.
Without further ado, let us welcome on our screens one of the DDO-MEP TWG, a Master Teacher 1 of Mabini National High School, Ma'am Pebble P. Pumikpik, to give our training rationale.
Yes, ayan. Welcome po, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Okay, good morning to our CLMD Chief, Dr. Mary Jean Aldiger, to our Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Euphemia Gamutin, to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Romel Handayan, to our CID Chief, Dr. Arlene Lim, to all the education program supervisors of Davao de Oro, especially to our education program supervisor of mathematics, Dr. Renato Pakpakin, to all the public schools district supervisor, especially to the district supervisor of Mabini District, Ma'am Renee Habines, to all the school heads of Davao de Oro, of course, especially to the school head, the school principal 4 of Mabini National High School, Ma'am Chutse Ferranduyog, to our Math Enhancement Program, PWG, especially to my partner, Ma'am Christine Teves, to all the math teachers of the Division of Davao de Oro, especially to the math teachers of Mabini District, of course, to the teachers of Mabini National High School, and to all the teachers who are non-math majors who are watching our training, good morning, and of course to our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. For every endeavor to have meaning and purpose, we have to know the very reason why we are doing this. Okay. Now, originally, our training is called Virtual Mass Training Workshop on Fortifying Teaching Pedagogies and Other Innovative Teaching Strategies in Mathematics in the New Normal. But we call this now Project It's Me. Okay, with the acronym It's Me, Innovative Teaching Strategies for Mathematics Educators. As you can see, it's an acronym. It's me. It's about the teacher because we are the first frontliners of this education field, right? So we should focus on us, on you, our dear teachers. So this is a series of seminars and trainings on different pedagogies of learning that will enhance the capacity and skills of teachers in their field of expertise. So the main purpose really of our trainings or our webinar is to capacitate the teachers so that they can have something in them that they can give to the learners. Because if we do not have the skills, if we do not have the knowledge, the wisdom, then there's a problem on delivering our lessons to our students. So this Project It's Me, envisions all mathematics teachers of Davao de Oro, or we can say all teachers of Davao de Oro, to apply innovative teaching strategies to effectively respond to the demands of the present time and ensure the delivery of quality education to the learners. We know, or personally I know, that as teachers, we have our own skills, our set of skills, our knowledge, we have that. But the time is changing and we have to adapt. That's why the Mathematics Enhancement Program of Davao de Oro was born so that we will be capacitated with the necessary skills to respond to the needs of this present time. So this series of trainings will make the participants, as teachers, experiment and practice the most relevant teachings and learning methods that will improve student engagement, motivation, and attainment. So you see, we will now experiment and practice. So this is really our main purpose for us teachers to apply what we have learned in this training. So let us remember that as we go along with this 3-day training. And then I am very almost sad to present to you just a sample statistics of teachers who have attended trainings in pedagogies of teaching. As you can remember, we actually answered a survey where we were asked if we have attended trainings in mathematics in terms of content, pedagogies of teaching, assessment, and learning materials. Can you still remember that? And this is just a result of one district of Davao de Oro. I know that you also have your result in your own districts, but this is somehow is a sad result. Okay, for grade 1, out of 35, so this is 35 teachers, that's 23 out of 35, so that's 66%. So I'm sorry, that's 23 out of 35, that's 66%. Then for grade 2, 20 teachers out of 35. So we are just focusing in the pedagogies of teaching. Okay, so that's 57% for grade 2. For grade 3, that's 20 out of 32. That's only 62%. For grade 4, that's 22 out of 32 teachers. That's only 69%. For grade 5, that's 24 over 33. That's 73%. For grade 6, that's 22 over 33 teachers were trained in pedagogies of teaching. That's 67% only. For grade 7, that's 9 out of 15 teachers. That's 60%. For grade 8, that's 7 teachers out of 14. That's 50%. For grade 9, it's 8 over 12. or 67%. And for grade 10, that's 9 over 12 or 75%. So what does this statistics gives us? So it only means that there are a lot of teachers who are not yet trained in pedagogies of teaching. And we can somehow say that those trained in the pedagogies of teaching were trained years before, and they had this knowledge or skills which are not now applicable in the present time. So you see, we really need this training, my dear mathematics teachers of Davao de Oro. So why do we need innovation? Okay. So in an increasingly technological age, which we are in right now, the need for innovation and problem solving and decision making skills has been stressed in many reports on the necessary outcomes for education. So there is really a need to train our students to solve problems and of course to have that decision making skills. In many reports on the necessary outcomes for students to develop these skills, okay, there is in many reports on the necessary outcomes for education, mathematics education provides the opportunity for students to develop these skills. So for our students to develop the problem solving and decision making skills, we need to enhance mathematics education. That's what we are doing now. So this education will encourage our students to become innovative and flexible problem solvers. But again, we need first to train the teachers, because who will teach these students if the teachers are not trained first? And technological advances have made computers more powerful and less expensive, I hope, which have resulted in more students having access to computers at home and at school. Now, I know that some teachers still have also a challenge of having these computers and technology at home, but we are coping. So by supplementing traditional classroom instruction with computer assisted instruction, students receive the benefits of both instructional modes. I know that we are hoping that this pandemic will not continue for a long time. But since we are still here, we should equip ourselves with the necessary skills. But don't worry, we can still use the skills that we learn now so that when the face to face classes will come back, then we can actually blend what we have learned now, of course, to our teaching strategies and techniques that we have applied before. So there is really no worry. So my dear teachers, I hope you have now in your heart the very reason, the very purpose why you are doing this training. So that, as what Dr. Arlene has said, we can somehow focus on the training because we need this. And it's not every day that we are given the opportunity to have this training. We are very thankful, of course, to Dr. Renato Pakpakin for initiating this in our division. We have long waited and dreamed for this for our division. It has come, and so we have to be open, be ready, and of course be responsive to this challenge. Okay, my dear teachers. And so for us to really somehow be comfortable, I will also give you the house rules. The house rules of this training. So let me give you the webinar house rules. So welcome, my dear participants. This is going to be an amazing webinar as long as everyone follows these few simple rules. Okay, first, be on time for each virtual session. As a best practice, be just a few minutes early. Although you are just in the YouTube or in the Facebook Live, but still it's very important that you will not miss a session. Before the start of each presentation, make sure that you have a stable audio so that you would hear what the speaker is saying. If in case you will be cut off because of poor signal, click again the link provided to you in the group to be able to catch up and return in the webinar. Don't forget to take down notes during the webinar. So this is also very important. We take down notes so that we can also somehow have a basis for our review later on. Communicate professionally, be respectful and courteous at all times. You can actually comment on our Facebook Live and in the YouTube But I really hope that we should be professional, be respectful in terms of questions. Or if you have some other violent reactions, I hope not. If you have a question, use the chat box for the moderator to note it. And we will try our best to cater all your questions later if time permits. Participate actively by complying with the daily attendance, daily QAME or evaluation, and submit the required output. So we need you to comply the daily attendance. We will use that in your service credits, right? And then for the evaluation, we need the evaluation to improve our next trainings because I've mentioned a while ago that this is a series of training. So this is still the first training on pedagogies of teaching, but we'll have more trainings in the future. And of course, please submit your outputs. You will not be given a certificate if you will not submit your outputs. Okay, last training, I hope everybody received their certificate. If only you submitted your output. And lastly, sit back, relax, and enjoy the webinar, my dear teachers. We have lots of speakers, we have lots of very interesting topics. We even have guests from the US, my dear teachers of Davao de Oro. So relax, sit back, and enjoy our training, and of course, learn and then apply later on. Once again, good morning, everyone.
Thank you so much, Teacher Pebble. Hello, Teacher Pebble. Thank you so much.
Ayan,
So,
thank you so much, Ma'am Pebble.
and of course, Teacher Ram, of course, sabi nga ni Teacher Pebble, my service credits daw. So that means we are encouraging everyone, encouraging all our teachers to please participate to our attendance links and of course to our evaluation link and of course to your daily outputs. Please coordinate with your mathematics coordinators for you po makuha yung 3 days po na service credits. Teacher
Yes,
Ram?
ayan. Yes, ayan, Teacher Seth. And as much as all of us are ready to be equipped, we also have to know and understand the essence of quality assurance, monitoring, and evaluation, or what we always call QAME, as a part of any training success, Sir Seth.
Yes, I agree, Teacher Ram. That is why we welcome on our screen our very own Senior Education Program Specialist from the School Governance and Operations Division, Sir Joseph Corpus, to discuss the quality assurance, monitoring, and evaluation. Sir? Yan, we have
Yes.
our Senior Education Program Specialist from the from the quality assurance monitoring and evaluation. So we are glad to have our SEPs in SGOD. We have Sir Joseph Corpus. And of course, speaking of, we would like to remind our dear participants to please use our official hashtag DDO-MEP to have your to para makita po namin lahat ng mga pictures niyo na na isasend niyo po or ipopost for our different social media platforms.
Yes.
And Teachers Ram?
Yes, ayan, Sir Seth. And thank you so much, Teachers, for using our official hashtag. That is hashtag DDOMEP 2021. And shout out muna tayo ng konti, Sir Seth. Ayan, good morning, everyone watching from Puting Bato Elementary School, Compostela East District. Coming from Ma'am Rhea Canjahumeo Rojas. Ayan, thank you po and watching. Happy viewing po sa Compostela East District. Ayan, and next po is we have from Ma'am Josie. Good morning, watching from Andap Elementary School, New Bataan District. Ayan. And also from Ma'am Anacel Compok Balistoy. Good morning, watching from Kidawa Elementary School, Laak North District. Ayan, greetings po dyan kay Sir John Xavier Bolivar po from Kidawa National High School. Ayan. And also to Maria Andrea Hondanero of Laak National High School po. Ayan. And Sir
And
Seth,
of
meron pa po tayong ibang greetings dyan.
Yes, of course. I would like to greet my co-teachers in Pantucan National High School, headed by our school principal too, Madam Emma Linda B. Ranalan, to our assistant school principal too for the senior high school department, Madam Shallow Hazel and F. Bayani, to our master teacher one, and of course to the mathematics coordinator in Pantucan North District. I have Ma'am Sylvia Kiram, and of course to the Pantucan North District Elementary coordinator, we have Ma'am Faith Inserto po. Hello po and happy viewing. Teachers Ram?
Yes, sir. And of course, I would like to say thank you also to my co-teachers at Cabijanan National High School, especially to my head, Ma'am Maria G. Albarico, and to my co-teachers, Ma'am Cindy Rose Digamon, who is watching with me right now. Hi, Ma'am Cindy. And of course, to Ma'am Cheryl, Ma'am Christy, Ma'am Ajing, Sir Juni, and to the rest of the team. Thank you so much. And of course, to our math coordinator in Nabunturan East District, Sir Angelo Gutierrez. Happy viewing, Sir Angelo. And of course, to our district head, Ma'am Rosario A. Nanyeza.
I guess Teacher Ram, Sir
Yes.
Joseph Corpus is having now a technical difficulties encounter. So this time, we would like to remind our dear participants to please click on our attendance link, which is flashed on your screen. That is tinyurl.com slash day 1 a.m. Dash pedagogy. Please don't forget po na maka-attendance for you to get a certificate of participation and attendance as well as to your daily outputs. Isa po yan sa mga requirements ninyo para makakuha po ng 3 days service credit. Teacher Ram?
Yes. Now, Teacher Seth, let's give acknowledgement to our math teachers here in Davao de Oro. The efforts of our teacher presenters and content creators are incomparable, and the dedication are beyond measure. That's why we are having this awarding to highlight and give importance to their journey as a math presenter and as a content creator, Sir Seth.
Yes, Teacher Ram, we are so grateful and honored to have these teachers who rendered their time and effort in making PowerPoint presentations script throughout the school year last year in presenting their materials and of course for the RBI and TVBI. Teacher Ram? And now, this time, let us witness the awarding of the radio-based instruction and the TV broadcast instruction presenters to the audiovisual presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the virtual awarding of RBI and TVBI presenters and writers. For the certificate, Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 11, Division of Davao de Oro. Certificate of recognition is awarded to in their laudable services rendered as content developer and TV presenter for the TV-based instruction learning modality implementation in the Division of Davao de Oro for school calendar 2020 to 2021. Their selfless dedication and passion for public services, worthy of emulation manifested through TV Eskwela sa pag-aaral sama-sama episodes, greatly contributed to the success and realization of Sulong Edukalidad in the Whole Schools Division of Davao de Oro. Given this 30th day of July 2021 at the Schools Division of Davao de Oro, Kabijanan, Nabunturan, Davao de Oro. Signed, Schools Division Superintendent, Madam Euphemia T. Gamutin, SASO 5. For Grade 1 Mathematics, TV presenter and content developer, Fredzil Rain P. Eroy of Bantacan Elementary School, New Bataan District. For Grade 2 Mathematics, TV presenter and content developer, Maria Luella S. Aton of Moncayo Central Elementary School, Moncayo West District. TV presenter and content developer, Yanilin S. Limusnero of Mabuhay Elementary School, Moncayo West District. For Grade 3 Mathematics, TV presenter and content developer, Sailin P. Cantos of Amor Cruz Elementary School, Laak South District. TV presenter and content developer, Maricel G. Doca of Kapatagan Elementary School, Laak South District. For Grade 4 Mathematics, TV presenter and content developer, Prolin Vera I. Igloria of Tapia Elementary School, Montevista District. For Grade 5 Mathematics, TV presenter, Bessie Aya N. Banyes of Lagab Elementary School, Compostela West District. Content developer, Judiland T. Yu of Lagab Elementary School, Compostela West District. For Grade 6 Mathematics, TV presenter, Aldrin G. Dayday of Barabat Elementary School, New Bataan District. Content developer, Melicine C. Calago of Tadia Elementary School, New Bataan District. For Grade 7 Mathematics, TV presenter and content developer, Pearl Faith G. Pagas of Moncayo National High School, Moncayo West District. TV presenter and content developer, Lizelle S. Racho of Moncayo National High School, Moncayo West District. For Grade 8 Mathematics, TV presenter and content developer, Christine Joy D. Likit of Montevista National High School, Montevista District. For Grade 9 Mathematics, TV presenter and content developer, Pril'an E. Liquido of Pantukan National High School, Pantukan North District. TV presenter and content developer, Ayan Grace B. Lagumbay of Pantukan National High School, Pantukan North District. For Grade 10 Mathematics, TV presenter, Melanie Helsano of Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. Content developer, Rowena Alibangbang of Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. For General Mathematics and Statistics, TV presenter, Sheila May L. Dandan of Attorney Orlando S. Rimando National High School, Mako North District. Content developer, Michael Eric L. Dandan of Attorney Orlando S. Rimando National High School, Mako North District. For Pre-Calculus and Basic Calculus, TV presenter, Jessie Jem C. Celes of Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. Content developer, Leo Aljon Padilla of Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. Content developer, John Ray Aying of Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. And now, let us proceed to the radio-based instruction learning modality implementation awardees. For Grade 1 Mathematics, Content Presenter, Melanie L. Balbin of Barabat Elementary School, New Bataan District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Bernadette E. Añover of Malinawon Elementary School, Mawab District. For Grade 2 Mathematics, Content Presenter, Sedi S. Caballero of Ugao Elementary School, Nabunturan East District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Tricia May C. Dagohoy of Barabat Elementary School, New Bataan District. For Grade 3 Mathematics, Content Presenter, Kimberly A. Ariglado of Panganasun Elementary School, Pantukan North District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Sharla Nina M. Kabudbud of Panganasun Elementary School, Pantukan North District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Berna M. Duay of Panganasun Elementary School, Pantukan North District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Geneva L. Malazarte of Panganasun Elementary School, Pantukan North District. Grade 4 Mathematics, Content Presenter, Velka T. Esteban of Magading Elementary School, Nabunturan East District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Rhoda B. Tayone of Nabunturan Central Elementary School SPED Center, Nabunturan West District. For Grade 5 Mathematics, Content Presenter, Mac Austin P. Alasna of Mainit Elementary School, Nabunturan East District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Michael G. Milia of San Roque Elementary School, New Bataan District. Content Presenter, Luciel Velos of San Roque Elementary School, New Bataan District. For Grade 6 Mathematics, Content Presenter, Joseph T. Babag of Pongpong Integrated School, New Bataan District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Aris May H. Olandrea of Katipunan Integrated School, Maragusan East District. For Grade 7 Mathematics, Content Presenter, Joseph Z. Rizon of Pantukan National High School, Pantukan North District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Roy Y. Mantalong of Pantukan National High School, Pantukan North District. For Grade 8 Mathematics, Content Presenter, Michelle E. Niere of Tambungon National High School, Pantukan South District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Shana May D. Pantinople of New Bataan National High School, New Bataan District. For Grade 9 Mathematics, Content Presenter, Thelma B. Nanali of Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Christine Joy R. Dalugdug of Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. Grade 9 Editor, Ralph Darius E. Cruz of Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. Grade 10 Mathematics, Content Presenter, Pebble P. Pumikpik of Mabini National High School, Mabini District. Content Presenter and Creative Resource and Material Developer, Julius Ernest R. Miranda of Mabini National High School, Mabini District. For Grade 11, Content Presenter, Jesse Jem C. Celes of Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, John Ray D. Aying of Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Leo Aljon E. Padilla of Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. Content Presenter, Jester E. Pescadero of Pantukan National High School, Pantukan North District. Creative Resource and Material Developer, Jeffrey T. Alfonso of Pantukan National High School, Pantukan North District.
Thank you and congratulations!
Thank you so much, our dear presenters, and of course, our dear content developers and material developers. Indeed, you are such heroes po teachers. Thank you so much for rendering your efforts and time for our learners using different modalities. That is the radio-based instruction and the TV-based instruction. Teacher Ram?
Yes, that is right, teachers of thank you so much, teachers of Davao de Oro who participated and who are part of the RBI and TVBI presenters and content creator. You are really a remarkable heroes, teachers, for extending your talents and skills in the new era that we are right now, right, teacher Seth?
Yes, and on that note, Teacher Ram, let us hear an impression. Let us hear impressions coming from TVBI and RBI. From RBI, we have Ma'am Kimberly Ariglado from Panganason Elementary School and Ma'am Thelma B. Nanale from Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School.
And for TVBI Sir Sef, we have Ma'am Prolina Vera I. Igloria of Tapia Elementary School, and we have Ma'am Melanie M. Helsano from Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School.
So once again, our
To
impressions.
our respected schools division superintendent, Ma'am Euphemia T. Gamotin, to our active and brilliant education program supervisor in mathematics, Sir Renato N. Pakpakin, to our competent division focal person in mathematics, Sir Jeremiah C. Gumanoy, to all PSDS in the division of Davao de Oro, school heads, district and schools math coordinators, to the RBI family, to my co-presenters and developers, good day. Being part in the RBI as content presenter is fulfilling as an elementary teacher because despite in this COVID-19 pandemic, I was given an opportunity to continue educating our learners. The experience is not that easy unless I made the first presentation. Expectation versus reality. When Ma'am Faye Caroline I. Domingo, the Pantuca North District Math Coordinator, had called and informed me that I was chosen as one of the content presenter to teach on-air class in the Z Radio, I accepted the challenge undoubtedly because I believe that I can do it whatever happens along the way. Based on my experience in preparing and presenting the lessons on air, mixed of emotions being attacked. Worries, pressure, nervous, and excitement. Worried because things still need to fix, like editing the corrected scripts and looking a right place for recording. And so, to make the presentation good, I went to the district math coordinator for the thorough checking of the output. We did the first presentation, but sadly, the developer asked to quit in making the material for the second time. And so I also wanted to quit. But our district math coordinator told me to continue and finish the whole school year round. And so I counted the remaining months: November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, and July. Oh my God, there is still 9 months of fighting. But still, I accepted undoubtedly again. I just put in my mind that this is my duty and responsibility as a teacher. No matter how hard it is, it must be. For the second time around, I had another developer. I encouraged her to look the positive side of the RBI. She asked me that she would only make a script and not in making video presentation. And I did not refuse it. As BDO saying goes, I find ways. I called friends and asked for help. Until such time, the developer got busy in their school. I worried again. I cannot shoulder all the tasks because I also have responsibilities in our school. And thanks to God, he was sending me another developer, my colleague in school. I am so thankful that she pursued until the last episode. In this journey, pressures in time and look for the place for recording. All the sleepless nights just to finish and submit the materials ahead of time. And there's more, the place. It was so annoying to do the recording hearing some noise, even the sound of the birds. What I did? I looked for a better place. I sometimes recorded in a closed bedroom, closed four-wheel vehicle, and in the comfort room, just to have a good audio recording. All set. Materials were submitted. But that does not end, because we need to go to the radio station in presenting the lesson on air. And that made me so nervous. But all thanks to the RBI team for the warm welcome and encouragement that boost my confidence. Despite of all the challenges, we are so proud that we survived for the 10 months of serving our beloved learners through RBI. To conclude this impression, I would like to thank our supportive, dynamic, and the mother of Pantucan North District, Ma'am Florlinda G. Dinopol, our active district math coordinator, Ma'am Faith Caroline I. Domingo, to Ma'am Irene Manguhon, and the RBI team for the all-out support. To our school head in Panganason Elementary School, Ma'am Wilma A. Salutilio. To my talented developers, Ma'am Sharla Nina M. Kabudbud, Ma'am Berna M. Duay, and Ma'am Geneva L. Malazarte. To all the teachers, learners, and parents in the Division of Davao de Oro, thank you so much for the support and opportunity to become part of this endeavor, to hone my skills and share my expertise to our beloved young learners.
Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Euphemia Tigamutin, to the Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel A. Handayan, the Education Program Supervisor in Mathematics, Dr. Renato Nino Franco Pakpakin, OIC Curriculum Implementation Division, RBI Program Director, Dr. Arlene Lim, PSDS of Nabunturan West, Dr. Alan Guerta, NNCHS Principal 4, Dr. Maria Vertusio, Math Department Head Teacher 3, Ben Camilo Salarda, distinguished guests, friends, fellow educators, ladies and gentlemen, a blessed afternoon. I am indeed certain that everyone is thankful that she was given a chance to be part of the radio-based instruction. When Ma'am Irene Manguhon had informed me to be the presenter in grade 9 math in the RBI, I told her that I am old, not articulate, and with harsh voice. She twisted all the negative thoughts into positive one. So, I grabbed the opportunity because I opted to experience it how. The content developer task was tedious than the presenter. Yet, the latter was a bit scary every airing, especially when presenter will be interviewed in the station live. It was difficult because you had to be realistic and memorize your lines if possible. But it was worth it when you finished and everything went well. The fear and nervousness vanished as I arrived in the waiting area because of a very welcoming, friendly, and accommodating Pedagogies. Much more, inside the station na siguradong masaya. The hosts were all approachable, friendly, and makes you feel comfortable. The excitement was then very obvious in my first 3 presentations, since I really spent time and money in a beauty parlor just to enhance my beauty. Buti na lang, one time, imbis gumanda, para akong nabugog. Just then, believed that simplicity is beauty. My whole year as RBI presenter was not a success without my very adept, cool, and diligent content developer, Miss Christine Joy Dalugdug. Tahimik lang, but laging handa. I was being so thankful also to my co-teacher, Sir Ralph Eba Cruz, being the editor and director in the recording of materials. A generous man of his skills. He always made himself available. With my co-teachers' assistants, Jovelyn Iwayan and Melanie Hilsano. This RBI also allows us to meet our fellow educators, school administrators, and education enthusiasts, in which we could be able to share valuable insights and inputs that we could use to strengthen our school and together obtain professional growth. In my case, I was able to meet old friends whom I failed to meet for a long time and be able meet a handful of new acquaintances. For me, that has served a good purpose that built a wider and bigger networks and linkages. I was envious at first with other presenters since they were guided and coached by their EPs. Not anymore after the first kumustahan with Sir Renato. There was a feeling of relief that something different will happen to math family of Davao de Oro. Indeed, was proven right with the different occurrences of virtual trainings and virtual activities. The new normal of education find the ways to continue the learning process, thus improving the quality of instruction, especially to the poor and disadvantaged youth. Well, I can proudly say that today's generation is in good hands. Pandemic does not stop the delivery of education. To RBI family, TWGs, especially Sir Aposar, host, co-presenters, content developers, and most especially to Vice Governor Maricar Zamora for lending us your station, Ziguradong Lingaw, Ziguradong Kuyaw. Keep safe always, and God bless us.
My respect to our school's division superintendent, Ma'am Euphemia Tigamutin, our assistant schools division superintendent, Sir Romel Handayan, our education program supervisor in mathematics, Sir Renato Pakpakin, all DepEd personnel in the division of Davao de Oro, especially to my co-math presenters and content developers of the TV-based instruction. When COVID-19 started, it brought out the worst of the world: starvation, uncertainty, greed, insecurity, fear, negativism. This made us weak, almost in despair, but not totally. This pandemic might have brought upon us negativities, but it also brought the best of the humankind. In the fields of education, we have encountered many challenges since that time when the usual closing exercises was cancelled up to this time that we are about to open another school year without face-to-face activities. We had our doubts, we had our insecurities, but look at us. We had survived a school year without face-to-face successfully, if not perfectly. Never have I thought that I would be a part of the mathematics family of this division, especially in this kind of teaching modality. I don't despise math. I just think that I'm not good at it. Until one day, this lady approached me. She asked me if I could be the presenter/content developer in mathematics grade 4. I told her I'm terrible at math, but she urged me still. Well, maybe she believed in me. And so, I told her that I would try and help her out, but just this once. And so I did. And just this once turned out to be until the end of quarter 4. I am grateful to this lady though, because she made me come out of my shell. I was able to see the other part of me that can cope up in this kind of situation, in this time of pandemic. So thank you, Ma'am Shelo Maidandan, ang mayora ng TV Eskwela. Never have I imagined that I would see myself teaching via Facebook or YouTube or in our local cable network. And I know I am sharing the same experience with the other presenters. Everything was new to us during this pandemic. But we, educators, are equipped with enough courage and determination for the future of our young ones. We see every challenge as an opportunity for us to grow for the benefit of our children. This is a rare opportunity for everyone. As what I had heard from the other presenters, they too are overwhelmed having experienced all of this. I would like to take this opportunity to give credits to the technical working group of the DDO-TV Eskwela. Truly, these guys are among the most talented and intelligent ones that I had met in this field. From the production manager, Sir Dexter Sequinia, to the members of the production staff, social media team, audio tech, anchors, and video editors, the so-called Filmora warriors. You guys are amazing, and we, the presenters from the elementary level, are so happy and grateful for have worked with amazing people like you. To my sisters and brothers in the field, let us continue to support TVBI and RBI, for these teaching modalities do not only apply today. This lives forever. For as long as there's internet, there's Facebook or YouTube, we can always go back to different lessons. To everyone, congratulations and mabuhay!
With due respect to our Schools Division Superintendent, Euphemia Tigamutin, CESO 5, also to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Mel R. Handayan, to the different education program supervisors, especially to Mathematics Apps, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, to the different school heads, especially to our dearest School Principal 4 at Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Dr. Maria B. Vertusio, and to all versatile mathematics educators, a pleasant day to everyone. I'm Melanie Magadan Halsano from Nabunturan National Comprehensive High School, Nabunturan West District. It is my great honor and privilege to speak as a representative of the secondary level mathematics presenters and share with you my experiences as a TVBI teacher presenter. To start with, I would like to thank first our TVBI team, headed by Dr. Dexter A. Sequinia, also to our technical working group with talented editors, staff, and hosts. A big thank you also to Sir Jeremiah C. Gumanoy for checking our scripts before the recording. And of course, to my NNCHS Math Department family for the moral support, and to our department head, Sir Juan Camilo A. Salarda, for entrusting this task to me and Ma'am Rowena D. Alibangbang to be the presenter and content developer. And as I've already mentioned, great thanks and salute to my partner, Ma'am Wang, as a content developer who really did her best in the script writing for all the lesson recording sessions. Honestly, at first, I was really hesitant to accept the task as a math TVBI presenter. First, because I am not that confident in front of a camera and I am slightly uncomfortable. Second, I knew for sure that this task won't be easy. There is a huge difference between face-to-face classes and TV-based instruction, especially in teaching mathematics. So during the recording of the lessons, at first I was really shy, nervous, and at the same time very anxious, especially every time the director says, cut. Then at times they will give you signals like louder your voice or signs that means you're too fast, just speak slowly. So you can imagine having an artista-like taping vibe, and we presenters carry such pressure that we should really do well in our task. I am truly grateful for the production team of Davao de Oro TV Escuela because of their corrections and advices that helped us improve a lot when we are in the training center. Their friendliness and professionalism eventually made us presenters comfortable in having our succeeding recording sessions. I am also thankful to Ma'am Shella May L. Dandan, who is very approachable and responsive whenever I have queries. Furthermore, one of the notable experiences I have as a TVBI presenter was when some of us have undergone quarantine during our recording schedule, and that eventually led us to delays in our shooting. Yet, the thing that I've realized that time is that regardless of the risks, still everyone had the willingness to pursue their commitment on the job. Another thing is, since I also teach online class, I am glad that I have been one of the TVBI presenters because I can just let my learners watch the TV Escola episode that is being aired related to our class discussion, and then all I must do is to give follow-up activities regarding our lesson that they have watched. So each of us, math high school presenters as well as content developers, have different experiences. Other presenters would travel several miles from different districts within our province just to be in the training center at Nabunturan Central Elementary School. But I am certain at one thing. This TVBI experience is one of a kind and truly a worthwhile deed for each of us. It allowed us to explore new things in the field of mathematics education and also have let us go beyond our own comfort zones. So, in behalf of all of us mathematics high school presenters, we thank the Division of Davao de Oro, TV Escuela, and the rest of the team for this memorable and favorable chance to be part of the TVBI journey that is indeed timely and commendable. That would be all. Thank you so much, everyone. Keep safe, and to God be all the glory.
Well, thank you so much, dear presenters, both TVBI and RBI learning modalities. Teacher Ram, and we are so grateful to have these teachers who have rendered their service and efforts and of course their time para masustain lahat ng mga ng learning modalities that our division of Davao de Oro offered. Teacher Ram?
Yes, thank you so much for all our teachers who give their impression. It is so inspiring, and thank you for sharing your ideas, skills, and talents through being the presenter in the TVBI and RBI. So again, thank you so much, teachers. And sir, meron po tayong good news, di ba ngayon?
Yes, Teacher Ram. Without further ado, let's proceed to the one of the highlights of this
Yes.
training. We are so glad and honored to have with us, coming from US, 3 US speakers po. So, without further ado, let's introduce our speakers. Our first speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in a secondary education major in biological science and graduated as magna cum laude. He's been teaching science for 10 years, 8 years in the Philippines and 2 years in Arizona, USA. He went to USA last 2019 for the cultural teaching program. He's been teaching biology and chemistry in Red Mesa High School, Arizona from 2019 to 2021. He served as senior class sponsor for 2 years and the school's social media administrator. He moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico last August 2 and is currently teaching 7th grade science in Mission Achievement and Success Charter School. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the U.S. speakers is Mr. Gelford Teves.
And our second speaker, ayan, sir.
Hi,
Welcome po,
sir.
sir.
Good
Welcome on
morning.
screen.
Hello. Naririnig ba ako?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Alright.
Teacher Ram, the second speaker.
Yes, and our second speaker is a cum laude and a graduate of Bachelor's Secondary Education major in Mathematics at Bukidnon State College. She is also a graduate of Master of Arts in Education Administration at Bukidnon State University, Malaybalay City, Bukidnon. She experienced 13 years of teaching, 2 years in Assumption Academy of Moncayo, 2 years in Arriesgado College Foundation Incorporated, and 9 years in Moncayo National High School. She is also a former Learners Information School System admin at Moncayo National High School, and also a Boy Scouts of the Philippines 2 beads holder, and a former tournament manager for Wushu in Division of Davao de Oro. Currently, she is a middle school mathematics teacher at Mission Achievement and Success Charter School in Albuquerque, New Mexico, USA. A talented, an artist, and a performer, no other than Ma'am Mary Ann Mamak Gabisan for our second speaker.
Hi, ma'am. Good morning.
Hi, ma'am. Good
And
morning.
and of course to our third speaker. He is a graduate or he graduated his elementary level at Moncayo Central Elementary School. To his secondary level, we have Moncayo National High School. He graduated his BS Nursing at Davao Doctors College. And he graduated his bachelor's degree with the program Bachelor of Elementary Education at Bukidnon State University. He is also a graduate of MAED program, MAED Educational Administration at Northern Negros College of Science or Northern Negros State College of Science. He also earned his units in family engagement to education at University of Arizona and now currently studying Arizona Constitution and United States Constitution at Grand Canyon. He was once a teacher at Janay Elementary School, Janay Escalante City, Negros Occidental, and a teacher on San Cayetano Elementary School, Rio Rico, Arizona. And now he is currently teaching at 7 Mile Elementary School, White River, Arizona. One of the district teacher mentors of White River United School District and a 4th grade level leadership team member. Ladies and gentlemen, the person I am referring to, we have Mr. Edson Makagapong.
Ayan,
Hi,
welcome on
sir.
screen, sir.
Once again, our 3 U.S. speakers. Hi, ma'am, sir.
Hello.
Good
Hello,
morning
everyone.
Morning
and
po. Good
welcome
morning
to
and
the
welcome.
Division of Davao de Oro.
Yes, good morning sa inyo dyan. Dito sa amin is alas 8 na ng gabi. Alas 8 na sa buntag din sa sa gabi din sa New Mexico. And it's an honor to be part of this wonderful event sa atong division. Of course, taga division of Davao de Oro man migikan. So it's not really hard to to say yes. Pag ingon sa amoa ani ni Dr. Pakpakin, we just said yes, especially sa mga nag-approach po sa amoa si Ma'am Teves Argilies. So now by echo, I just want to make sure that I sound okay. Can anyone confirm? Okay, na-echo. Okay, naga-echo. So let's just give me 1 second. Hello? All right, how about that, sir? Wala na ba echo? I'm really sorry. So, okay, maraming salamat. Thank you so much. We are so thankful actually to be given this opportunity, and actually we just arrived from work. Actually hindi na kami nagbihis kasi I just really wanted to, do it right away. I know the time is really precious to everyone, participants ani na seminar workshop. And so let me just share to you our presentation, and I just want to share my screen para to guide everyone on what we're going to do. What we can share for today's seminar workshop. So here, I hope, sir, you can also share that. Thank you. So let me go ahead and have this one. All right, we are tasked by Dr. Pakpakin to share, our experiences and, of course, the teaching strategies that work here in the USA. And together with me are my co-teachers from Moncayo, actually. So we are proud products of Moncayo National High School and Assumption Academy of Moncayo for Ma'am Mary Ann. So we will be just talking about based on our experience. I know we are still new here in the USA. I've been here for like 2 years. This is my third school year in the USA, and it's still a long way to go for me to like say that I know already what teaching strategies that are really working here in the country. But let me just go ahead and share to you our presentation outline, just for you to have guide for everyone who are watching today. So we'll have an introduction, the teaching encounters that we have here in the USA, our experiences, the comparison that we can share to you guys, what we have here in the USA and what we had in the Philippines when we were still part of the Department of Education. And also we're going to share about the student engagement, which is the name of the game, because why we are aiming for, why we're looking for different teaching strategies. And the ultimate goal for this is to have student engagement. And that we know that student engagement is the very key to gauge that our students are really learning in whatever classroom instruction that we are in. And of course, we're going to discuss a little bit of strategies that work here on our part, and we will be talking about these strategies based on our experience, not just like what we found in the internet, but we will be sharing to everyone our personal experiences. And of course, we wanted to have this as an interactive presentation. So we'll have to try letting you try these strategies. And of course, we'll have to have takeaways from maybe from the host or maybe from our audience. You can comment down, your takeaways later once we do that. So let me just go ahead and have this. Let's start the ball rolling. Okay, so yes, here we are. I'll be first to share our teaching encounters here in the USA. Let me just start by saying nothing becomes ever real until it is experienced. It was actually the year of 2019 that I decided to be part of the teaching or teacher cultural exchange program here in the USA. It was actually Mr. Edson Macapagong who inspired me to be here and apply as a teacher here in the USA. My first post was in Arizona, in Red Mesa High School in Arizona, USA. I am teaching biology and chemistry in Red Mesa High School. Of course, everything is new. Everything is like surprising for me as a teacher. I came from the Department of Education, which is I could say that there are a lot of differences in terms of maybe the system itself is totally different from what we have here in our school in the USA. And that to me is actually one of the many factors why it was hard for me to like adjust for in my experience here. I think it took me 3 months or 3 to 4 months for me to say that I totally adjusted to the situation, like everything, learning environment, your coworkers, of course, your students. And yeah, it was totally different in terms of the way things work here, especially the how systems are run here in the USA, their educational system. Work is work. Time is time here. Time is gold here in America. When you say you stop at 4 p.m., everyone stops working at 4 p.m. When you say everyone should start working at 7:30, at 7:30 everyone should start working, and that's it. It's like every second counts here when in terms of working. And I am just delighted to know that I am actually with some Filipino teachers. Actually, when I moved to Arizona, I was with eight of us are actually coming from the Philippines together, and that's why it wasn't like really hard for me to adjust in terms of being away from home. And the system here is really different because everything is online. Like I know the Philippines, I mean the Department of Education has started to like do everything online, but no paperwork. I mean very minimal paperwork that we have here in America. So everything like lesson plans, class records, all paperworks are actually disregarded. Like we use online system in everything that we do. And I think the most unforgettable experience for me, because I moved now to a different school in Albuquerque, New Mexico. This is my third school year, and this is my second school. I think the most, I can say that the most unforgettable moment that I have here when as a teacher in the USA, is that I was able to connect to people. You would not, I mean, I would not expect that I would be able to connect to students who are really, foreign to me. But I think still as a teacher, no matter where we are placed in the world, we still have that thing of being able to touch lives, being able to connect to our learners, and being able to not just impart skills and knowledge, but create an impact. And I can say in my 2 years of experience, I have fulfilled that. And yes, until now, I still have students who are actually, communicating with me, and even if they graduated already in senior high school, because I handled senior high school in Red Mesa, Arizona. Yeah, this is just the start of, I'm just giving you a glimpse of, what we are doing here and what I have experienced so far in the USA. I know Edson and Marianne have a lot of things to share as well. So I'm giving them the chance to do that.
All right, I think I need to go first. Marianne will have to go last then. Um, Good morning, Philippines. Yeah, it's good evening here in the U.S. And the things that I would have to share, the experience I would have to share was that just like what Jelford said earlier, that it's really different from what from what we have encountered there in the Philippines compared to. Okay, Marianne, can you mute yourself? I think that makes it. Alrighty. Okay, so again, just like what Jelford was saying earlier, it is really different teaching in the Philippines, what teaching in the Philippines looks like, and what teaching in the United States also looks like. There are like 180-degree difference, so it's a total different, total opposite. Just like Jelford was saying earlier, most of the things that we do in the Philippines using pen and paper are not done here in the US. We have done a lot of stuff, and those stuff can be are done online. Like lesson plans are uploaded online. What else? If you file a leave, you would have to file it online, and if you know there are applications and there are programs that the district is paying to give to the students, and they are doing it online. We have technologies that are working that are given to the students, and they have to work on them. They have to work on those technologies so that they can finish working on their assignments and projects and whatnot. So all of these things that are done, they're most of them are done online. Paper and pen, um, paper and pen activities are very minimal. Um, what Gelford had actually said earlier was that it was it was quite different from what he had, because when he first came to the U.S., um, he was with he was with 8 other Filipinos, and when I first came here to the US, I was the only Filipino in school. So it was quite a terrifying experience for me when I first came here to the US. I was with a horde of, teachers at San Cayetano Elementary School, and that is where it's situated near the Mexican border. So I was really down south of Arizona. It was down by the Mexican border. So I can see the border of Mexico and the US of A, and I was the only Filipino teacher from among all the Hispanic teachers that were there. So it was a mixed experience actually. It was terrifying, but otherwise it was all worthwhile. I mean, I've learned a lot of stuff, new stuff that I can, that were added to what I know and what I can teach to children. Right now, I am teaching here in White River Unified School District, specifically in 7 Mile Elementary, and I am teaching in a reservation. That means most of my students most of them are Native Americans. I am teaching in the Fort Apache Indian Reservation, and this is an White Mountain Apache tribe. So that is the kids that I am handling right now, the kids that I am teaching are Native Americans, and they're actually, this is a really good place, and not only to not this is a really good place, not only that you can grow professionally, but you can also grow as a person. You can also widen your you broaden your horizons about life, about culture and whatnot. They This whole thing that I am doing, not only Jelford and Marianne as well, this whole thing that we're doing here in the United States, broadens our horizon, gives us a whole new level of learning, and we can embrace that kind of learning, so we can adapt it, and we can actually, like, you know um, make it a make it to a point that we have to get the get every piece of it, so that we have to that teaches us, and that gives us a whole lot learning in terms of professional development, in our professional lives, in terms of our personal lives as well, and interpersonal lives, culturally, and all the aspects that we can think about. This is actually giving us a whole lot dimension of learning. So that's what I can share to you. But Marianne has to uh, Marianne can say more about it.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to be, sharing to you what are our experiences here, away from our comfort zone. Yeah, indeed, it's not really easy to take the risk, but because we are looking forward for, you know, more professional development, of course, greater postures. That's why we're here. And I just wanted to say that my experiences here in the United States of America is kind of um, different from what I used to experience way back when I was teaching in the Philippines. Yeah, I have been teaching in the Philippines for the past 13 years, 4 years in the four private schools, and of course, 9 years in Mungkay National High School. To my fellow mentors in Mungkay National High School, those who are watching right now, um, maayong buntag. Ano, maayong adlaw kaninyong tanan. It's dark in here, so it's already 8:18 in the evening, and we just, yeah, as what Jalfred had said a while ago, we just arrived from our workplace. We left there at 6 o'clock because we have our after school program. And of course, yeah, when Jalfred said a while ago that every seconds here matter, I know that Filipino teachers are really hardworking. Even when I was in the Philippines, yeah, we're really extending our efforts and our time. We're having our overtime, actually, most especially at night, going home late. At the same time, working on weekends, also, most especially if we have our extra designations and some curricular activities. Yeah. But here, it's really quite different because we are focused on the academic level. Now, our school where I'm currently connected right now is not into extracurricular activity. Actually, it's more on academics, and yeah, they are really into the academic. And of course, although they have their sports like football, basketball, soccer, and track and field, but not really the same with what we have in the Philippines. And of course, in dealing with co-teachers, it's so nice that God gave me the favor to be here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, because the people here are really great. Most especially the administration of Mission Achievement and Success Charter School, very supportive. And of course, the co-teachers, not just Filipino co-teachers, but of course, our American co-teachers. They are very supportive, and they always give us a hand on how are we going to adjust more, and how are we going to adjust to the extent that we need to be able to really adapt to their culture and their tradition and their belief. And we're very happy that we have those help coming from them. They tend to extend their knowledge because this is a new system, guys. I mean, my fellow mentors, what we had in the Philippines is kind of different from here because, as what I have said, no more paper and pencil works. Yeah, of course. As a matter of fact, we check our attendance first 5 minutes of the class while we're having our think about it, most especially for mathematics. We check it online through the Power School program. At the same time, of students here are really, really supported by the government and most especially by the school because enjoying they're enjoying their breakfast, free breakfast, and of course free lunch for pre-kinder until grade 3, yeah, third grade rather. They have their free snacks. Yeah, so students are also provided with all the things that they need. You can see na yung mga estudyante ay pumapasok na walang dalang bag, walang dalang kahit anong bagay, ballpen or notebook or whatever, because everything is being provided on top of their desk the moment they step into their respective classrooms. At the same time, our school, right, the school that I am currently working right now, don't have lots of subjects. They are not teaching lots of subjects. Unlike in the Philippines, we have 8 subjects. Our students are really dealing with 8 subjects daily. But our students here in the United States are only dealing for four, 3 subjects. And way back in the Philippines, I have 5 loads. Sometimes I was able to experience 8 loads, 7 loads. But here, teachers are enjoying 2 loads with one preparation. And the most exciting thing is we don't need to make our individual daily lesson log because they are already provided. And what we're just going to do is to just annotate. We are asked to annotate every detail of it so that we're going to have the gist of our discussion of our lesson daily given to the students. We're just guided. As a matter of fact, our lesson plan is really detailed, actually. It's provided and it's really detailed. You can if I can show you an example of it, most especially for mathematics, I have already there the statement of which the teacher should ask. It is a must that you need to, relay that certain question to the students. And there is this expected response coming from the students that they must say, regardless if it is verbatimly said, but the thing is the content itself is already there. Although we are allowed to have backpacket questions, most especially when dealing with on the spot discussion or the spot things that are away or out from our lesson plan. But still, the good thing there is we have already the lesson plan. All we have to do is just annotate. And of course, students are also having or receiving packets. Yeah, we call it packets or worksheets. And its worksheets is standardizedly aligned to every lesson plan that we're using every day. So that's how exciting and how great is also to be learning other system of education, most especially here in the United States. And we are really, really looking forward that, of course, with this opportunity that you have given to us, the Division of Davao de Oro, where we are molded holistically, we will be able also to, share a bit of our experiences. I'm just new here, yeah, but actually, I really, really appreciate their program, the design of their lesson, and we are looking forward that we could have a wonderful and meaningful discussion or sharing whenever we go on with our event today. Thank you very much.
All right. Did anyone hear me now? I'm sorry. Let me. All right. Okay. I think we have we're good with our introduction or sharing of our experiences, and now I just want to proceed to, okay, I just want to proceed to our presentation, and let me just go ahead and take this time to share my screen once again. All right, so these are just, let me just, did I share my screen one more time? Let me, all right, just give me one moment. I'm sorry, guys. There you go. There. So these are just some of the pictures that I would like to share to you. These are our school. You see students inside a classroom. You see students in sports. There's football. There's volleyball, and yeah, as just like Marian said, they're also into sports here. But most of the time that they spend for education is really for the academic. So right now, we would like to have this student engagement, the name of the game. Why we say the name of the game? Because, well, the very reason why we're here is for us to share the teaching strategies that we, experience firsthand that are really working in our own classrooms. And no matter where we are in the world, no matter what kind of teaching strategies we are using, I know, and teachers, that we are actually after for student engagement, whether that's virtual learning, whether that's in-person learning. All of us teachers strive hard to really have, our students be engaged inside our classroom, because that's the very moment that we can say that they are learning. Student engagement and understanding of materials is given more emphasis in today's education over spoon feeding the facts. And I believe you all know that we in the education field strive hard, really, especially, well, in the Department of Education, we have done a lot of strategies for our learners to really be understanding the concept, our instruction. And more than just conveying the facts or finding in science, really, students would love to explore the world of science, the world of mathematics, the world of reading, every single subject. And these innovative teaching methods that we're about to share to you at this very moment, we would like you to know that these are just 5 or 6 of the many teaching strategies around the world that we can say effective in getting our students engaged inside the classroom. So I would like to, this is what we are aiming for, especially here in the USA, teachers in Davao de Oro. I know that we have our different goal on why we are doing different teaching strategies in our instruction. But here, the very reason why we need to have our students engage in our classroom is that they are more likely to perform well on standardized tests. And here in the USA, standardized tests are very important because we have state tests here that will determine the performance of the school. And in fact, in my previous school, I know that we are really not, our students, especially in the elementary department, high school, middle school, there's like letter grades, and the state would, for example, the Arizona State, they would grade the school. They would grade the school A, B, C. That's how because we have letter grades here for the information of everyone. And in our new school, right, in Mission Achievement and Success Chartered School here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, I can proudly say that the school is actually one of the top performing schools in the entire New Mexico, and they're actually an A-rated school. Their letter grade is A, and that is why standardized test is a thing here in the USA. And when students are engaged, we're aiming for them to really be into our classroom discussion, our classroom instruction, all the activities, they're part of it, so that they would be lesser percentage of school dropouts. And that condition, when they are engaged, that would lead to safe, positive, and creative school climate and culture. And as I've said, in the USA, and I think Edson also and Marian can relate to this, because we are very much concerned with scores here in the USA, in their education system. So these are some of the teaching strategies that we are going to share with you guys. And I know this is, again, this is just some of the very diverse and many teaching methods that here in the USA is, I mean, have been implemented. But right now, we would just like to share, and I will go first. Edson will be next, and Marianne will be the last. And that's how just we, arranged ourselves in the presentation. But before anything else, I would like to let you know that this is based on our personal experience, and we're humbly presenting this to you. And of course, later in our takeaway part of the presentation, we'd love to hear comments, questions that you might want to ask to each one of us, and we would love to address all those questions in as much as possible and to the best of the ability that we can. All right, so here we go. The strategies that work, and this is for me speaking as a science teacher. I know this is for math teachers, and I know also there are non-math teachers who are participants in this seminar. But I would like to share this to you, and I believe you would agree that hands-on learning, this is the first one that I would like to share, which is working here in America. Hands-on learning, this is the best teaching method invented so far that involves the active participation of students to experience scientific concepts than just to have an audience view. We all know this. I mean, even before teaching, even in our philosophy of teaching or the strategies of teaching that in our education subjects when we're in college, we know that hands-on learning is one of the best teaching methods, actually. And here in America, we do promote that. I mean, they do promote that. And our schools promote hands-on learning because we believe that students learn when they do whatever things that you wanted them to do firsthand. And just like what is mentioned here in this presentation, it can be a string telephone to teach about sound and communication, or it could be a matchstick mechano to teach 3D structures, notch pencils to teach rotation motion, or anything similar. And here, I would love to talk about my experience in Arizona because, as I've said, I'm just new here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm just here for like 3 weeks. In Arizona, these are the hands-on learning, some of the hands-on learnings that I do in my classroom. I hope you can see that in this presentation. I have here if you see in this picture, I have here my students who are actually inside the laboratory. By the way, guys, teachers, I am here in this classroom. This is the same classroom, and you can see my handwriting there in that whiteboard right there. So these are my chemistry kids in Red Mesa, in the reservation area. They're all Native Americans, and we do our experiments here. And they also have this smart board. If you have noticed, there's that board behind them. You can see. And that is a very interactive smart board because you can just, you can go ahead and write. It's like a touchscreen, a huge tablet or an iPad that you can write everything there. You can put your presentations. You can have your calculations there. It's like a digital blackboard. And in this exact same room, we do our experiments. And these are just some of the many experiments that we did inside my classroom. And with these activities that we do, I totally noticed that students are more engaged, especially high school students or middle school students. These students are actually, I'm telling you, they will be bored if you will just be talking and talking and, not letting them do anything inside the classroom. And these activities that I am presenting are just some of the very diverse and many things that I have let them done inside my classroom as a science teacher, because I'm teaching biology and chemistry here. I mean, in my previous school. And learning experience is very much, how do I call that? Learning experience for students are maximized, and they are very much hyped and engaged and involved inside the classroom, and that made them learn to the best possible way. And again, hands-on learning, when they touch things, when they create things, when they perform the experiments, and even in math, when they do hands-on learning, that would enhance their learning and the way they discover the concepts, the way they unravel the mysteries of your lesson, that would help them actually reach the learning targets or the goals that you wanted them to achieve. And in Arizona, actually, before, in my previous school, we have actually a system that works with the pacing guides of our lessons. I would like to share to you. Let me just go ahead and share my screen. This is one of the things that we are actually doing. Just want to share to you guys. This is for biology, and we also have chemistry. So this is called Beyond Textbooks. If you clicked on this one, for example, this one, just want to tour you around in this program that we are following. All the objectives or the standards in this are actually aligned with the state standards. And by the way, here in the USA, every state have their own curriculum. Even every school district, they have actually their own curriculum, but they are actually aligned with the national standards. And let's say, for example, these standards that I have here, I can develop and use models to explain the relationship of the structure of atoms. So this is a very good program. If you see, I'm just sharing my screen right now. This is actually a program, and it's actually calendar based. It's actually guiding you to the right pacing, which instructions would you deliver to your classroom. So we have here the standards, like this one that I highlighted, and these standards are incorporating standards also from other subjects, which is, in this case, is earth science standards. And if you click here, there are already documents that you can actually click and say, here you go. You have everything that you need for your class. It's like a lesson plan that would guide you on what are you going to do in your classroom, in your discussion, in your instruction. And not only that, it has a lot of things that will help you, which are resources from teachers. You already have here the lesson plans, the websites, the presentations, the ideas that you would actually need in your classroom instruction. And this is given you, and this is totally for free. And you can just go ahead and, okay, my lesson for today is about the periodic trends of elements. So you just click your lesson plan here. You just have your ideas here for this lesson. You can have your presentations. They have actually PowerPoints, Google Slides and whatnot. And we have websites also that are connected. And these, again, these resources are prepared. And you just have to do, all you have to do is click. You move to the next week. You have another presentation. As you can see, when you click this one, it doesn't have anything, because of course, the first lesson, if you remember, the first week, standards that should be covered is actually for 32 days. So that's going to be like more than a month. So yes, and all these learning that we do inside our classroom are based on that curriculum, based on that standards that we are actually aiming to achieve at the end of the semester, at the end of the school year. And again, we are guided with everything that we do, and it is very helpful for us teachers to have these guides, because we don't just create our own, we don't think of our own, but we already have everything prepared for us. So that's actually for hands-on learning. I hope I have made my point clear in that portion of that strategy. Now, I want to share this second one, and this is what we call interactive science journals. And these interactive science journals are actually used in my new school here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. This is an advanced version of lecture notes. When you say lecture notes, you just have, okay, we already have notebooks in the Philippines. Our kids use notebooks in the Philippines. But here in the USA, here in this system, interactive science journals, or even in mathematics, they also have this. This is like a diary, a learning diary for our kids. Every single day, they have to fulfill and they have to achieve the goal for that day, and they have to input everything in their notes, in their journal, and they're actually given for free, by the way. The journals and everything, just like Marian said earlier, all the materials are provided to our students. Now, this is used to express the information students learn into their different templates and elicit their own responses. I would love to show one example of this interactive science journals to everyone, because in this strategy of teaching, students can use this strategy, actually this method, effectively to have a deeper connection to their learning, and this activity promotes their higher level thinking. You might just say, oh, that is just note taking, that is just simply jotting down notes and copying whatever you have written in your board, in your smart board or in your PowerPoint. But this is different, because in this interactive science journals, our students will have the chance to creatively think using their notebooks and pens. And I would like to share to you how does that work, because I was surprised that there is a kind of system like this, method like this in the USA. I would love to share to you one example of an interactive note. By the way, this is how a lesson plan, just like Marianne said earlier, it is very much not difficult on our part as a teacher here in our new school, because everything is prepared. All we have to do is read and prepare yourself for your instruction. We all have this lesson plan already. For example, this lesson plan, Structure of Matter, Unit 1, Lesson 1, we already have this driving question, and all we have to do is to deliver. And this is quite unique for me, because there is a specific time limit for every part of your lesson plan. In the Philippines, we have, what are the parts of our lesson plan in the Philippines, in the Department of Education? We have the objectives, of course. We have the materials, the activities. Of course, you do abstraction after that, and you do evaluation or enrichment and assignment. Here, we have 4 parts of our lesson plan. And I would like to share to you and what are those parts of this lesson plan. So here, we have this part. So we have framing. I'm just sharing to you guys because this is the purpose of it, why we have that interactive science journal. And it actually, this is part of what we are doing. We have framing, this first part of our lesson, which is what we call the do now, which is like, look at that. It's like 5 minutes only. And you translate that into I'm sharing again this one, you translate that into this interactive science journal. This is an example that I would like to share to you. Let me go ahead and share that. Just give me 1 second. All right, here is our science, interactive science journal. This is how exactly the notebooks or the journal of our kids would look like. So they have this um, table of contents that they have to update every time you do your lesson. So when you reach lesson 66 in your maybe the end of the semester, you will have many contents there that you would place in your table of contents. And in this part right here, let's say in this page right there is a prediction part wherein you would ask students to predict and ask for their idea on the prompt question that you would throw at them. What do you think happens to the particles? This is an example actually, and you will let them think and write. This is they're writing like interactively. You talk to them, you ask them questions, they write the answer. And of course, after that, you deliver the answer. But before that, of course, you have to let them talk, discuss individually, I mean, by pair, and then as a class. And then now you're going to provide explanation. And they would have to copy that one. And here is what we call the BBOE, or the building body of evidence, which is actually new to me and as far as the term is concerned. It's really new to me, the BBOE, the building body of evidence, where they're going to do something based on what you will be showing. Let me say activity, or there will be a demonstration, or there will be a video presentation, and they will draw something about that presentation or demo or simulation, whatever you will be doing for that building body of evidence. And after that, you have to show because we have a document camera wherein you can, have a student output, put it under a document camera, and you project it to the slides to your smart board. And then you can go ahead and just, okay, this is an example of your classmates' output, and everyone will see. And that will guide them. Oh, okay, I'm making a different model. I might revise mine. So it's like, that's what make this science journal interactive. It's really interactive in the sense that everyone is doing something while also, you are doing the instruction, the classroom instruction. And there is a time limit for every part. And you will have to proceed with explanation. Then after that, there will be closure. You will, of course, ask questions and exit ticket. I would not go into details, but yes, that is how we do things here in terms of science journal. And that is actually really effective because students are held accountable and responsible in terms of their learning. Because without them doing anything in their journal, they will have no learning for the day. And I think, and I see that in my 3 weeks here in this new school that I am in, it's really, really effective because students are actually, you notice that, I mean, teachers, you notice that by yourself, when you write something, you would actually remember concepts, right? When you write, not just like photocopying materials or, but when you write, the more attention that you will have for that lesson. And I think that is what is happening with my kids in the 7th grade. I am actually teaching 7th grade science here in my new school. All right, and I will be having this. This will be my last part. I know I would love to talk more, but of course we have a time limit for each one of us. So this is the next teaching method I would love to share to you guys. And I know all of you in the Department of Education already knew about this one, but we maybe just have the different term. We have this, what we call crossover learning. Learning that happens in informal settings. And what you see in the picture is one of the examples that I did with my kids when we went to regional science fairs, museums. We do virtual field trips to farms. I've done that in Arizona. This actually can link educational content that matters in their lives. And these are just examples of what I did when we went to a fair wherein they were exposed to many different exhibits. And that's when I do my, I mean, before going to these exhibits, of course, you are guiding them with questions that they should be answering upon going there. And these connections work in both directions. Learning can actually be enhanced, enriched by experiences that they do from informal learning. And they can actually help to deepen their learning by adding questions and knowledge. Because when they went to this exhibits, whatever places that you would bring them to, it will actually create curiosity, and more questions will be arriving. Well, more questions will be popping out from their minds. And okay, what are these? I did not see this in a normal classroom setting. I'm not, hearing this in my from my teacher's discussion, from my teacher's instruction. So these would actually connect those theories that they have inside your classroom. I would eventually help them to become more loaded with these experiences that would exactly motivate them to learn more. And they would carry these learnings when they get back to your original classroom. I mean, to the original classroom setting, which is, inside the four corners of your classroom. And believe it or not, it would increase the interest of your kids. And this crossover learning is proven effective for any grade level. I'm not just saying high school because I am in high school, but no, this is not just in high school, but it is proven effective for most grade levels because, again, students love to be exposed outside. I can say that because here in our school, we have a different system wherein students are actually, because of COVID, actually, we are not allowed to, group students into more than two. They only have to do turn and talk, but they are just sitting, but they are still seated in their, seats. But we are not allowing students for now, especially during COVID, although we are doing in-person learning, but we are not actually, doing the circle, thing. Okay, group yourselves into 4 or 5, 6. No, we don't do that for now because of, the situation that we are in. So when this happened, actually, because this happened before pandemic, and I can really say that students love to be working outside the classroom because that happens now. They are actually like wanting to move. They wanted to like be with their classmates, be with someone else, be with other groups, and engage during classroom interaction or discussion. And that is really true because when you have kids work outside, that would trigger a different excitement in them. And that would motivate them to like, okay, I have to learn more because there are more things that are actually happening outside in my own classroom. So an effective method is for our teacher to propose and discuss a question in the classroom. This is what I did with this group of kids that I had before in Arizona. Then for learners to explore those questions on a museum visit or field trip, which is actually what I'm doing right now. Here in this portion, if you can see in this portion right here, they are actually listening to how drones work in this exhibit, in this fair that we participated, and then share their findings back in the class to produce individual or group answers. And these learning experiences, believe it or not, they exploit the strengths of both environments and provide learners with authentic and engaging opportunities for learning. And since learning occurs over a lifetime, as I've said, it happens daily in their everyday life. Drawing on experiences across multiple settings, the wider the opportunity is to support learners in recording, linking, recalling, and sharing their diverse learning events. And we hope, I know everyone has to deal with the pandemic right now. I don't know if the Department of Education is back on in-person learning, but once we do, and once you do in-person learning in the future, you can definitely do this crossover learning. Bring your students outside the four corners of your classroom and let them explore, let them engage with different learning facilities that would encourage them to, the world is actually bigger than the four corners of their classroom. And that would provide them more motivation to learn and student engagement. This is our goal all the time. In any teaching strategy that we are working with, student engagement is always the name of the game. I know I have a lot of things to say, but of course I would love to let my other co-speakers talk about their part. And I guess Edson will go next. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jelford. Alrighty, so I will continue, um, explaining what are the things that that are working, in my opinion, as an elementary teacher, that actually works in my classroom. This is one that fortified my teaching pedagogy and some innovative teaching strategies that I have. I am also teaching math. I teach English language arts. I teach math. I teach science, and I teach social studies. Social studies include Arizona history. So since I'm with elementary, I am a self-contained classroom, so I teach all of the subjects. I only teach four because there are only four subjects that I teach in fourth grade. I'm a fourth grade teacher here in Arizona, and there's there's a lot that I can incidental learning is something that you can not only apply on math, you can also apply that on English language arts. You can also apply that to science or even to social studies, and whatever that you are teaching, you can apply that to everything. So when you say incidental learning, that is the kind of learning that is unplanned. When you teach, of course, elementary children, they would have to ask you somewhere out of the blue. They're not going to stick to what the lesson is, because sometimes they would feel that they would have to ask you questions that are not actually part of the lessons. That is a common thing that's happening on elementary children. Um, Maybe in high school, that's a bit limited. So it's not as bad when it comes to high school students. But with elementary, the younger your students are, the more questions they have that are not actually related to what your lesson is for the day. So when we're talking about incidental learning, when those questions pop up out of the blue, those are some unintentional learning that you can actually give to those children, to your students. It may occur while carrying out an activity that is seemingly unrelated to what is learned. So when you have this kind of lesson or a topic that you're doing, you can um, you can say that wait up. You can say that all right. You can say that there are a lot of things that are happening in your classroom. You are teaching, and then some of the things that they actually are, asking you isn't part of what you're actually teaching, your lesson. But then again, you have to have all the information in your back pockets on your brain that you can, you know, drive all their questions into some learning that they can apply to the lesson that you're teaching. Early research on this topic dealt with how people learn by their daily routines at their workplaces. So let us say, for example, um, let us say you are teaching about, uh, just like what happened to me, I was teaching something like um, some multiplication. So when I teach multiplication and I teach some properties of multiplication, there are students that are not paying attention, and I kind of like trying to get their attention. And when I got their attention, they were asking me questions that are not related to my lesson, which are properties of multiplication. But then again, I try to make use of the lesson, try to make use of their question as part of the incidental learning, where I drive all my answers and have gone back to what my lesson was. And it actually helped me more, and it helped them as well, because we have driven the interaction with those students who were actually they were trying my content knowledge of my knowledge of the content that I'm teaching. That's what I was thinking. I was with the principal that back then because she was observing me teaching. And what happened is that I was able to drive all their questions, answer them, and drive them back to the lesson that I was teaching. Although the questions that they were asking me about wasn't part of the lesson that I was actually teaching that time. But then again, since I was able to do that, my principal told me after the evaluation or after the observation that she was happy with how I driven all the questions, and I have asked several questions to the students, and all the questions that I have asked to those students led to the kind of learning that is beneficial not only for myself but also for them as well, for the students. So she admired the my art of teaching at the end of my art of questioning. I mean, the art of questioning that I have, she admired that. She told me that I love your art of questioning by driving all those questions, giving them another questions and driving them back to the lesson that you were teaching, where in fact all of the questions that they were asking you weren't part of the lesson that you were giving to them. So there are a lot of things that you can apply incidental learning to your students as well. Not, I don't think incidental learning is only part of the teachings that you can do here in the United States. It's applicable to any country in the world. That includes the Philippines. So for many people, we have been doing mobile devices, we have been doing technologies, because all of the things that we're doing right now, especially in this pandemic time, that we're doing all the instructions maybe online. Some of them are TV based, some of them are radio based. But then again, if we are using devices, if we are using technologies and have been integrating them into our daily lives and into the actual teaching that we're doing, in the long run, we can provide opportunities for students to learn about technology, to learn more and deeper about how technology are supporting the the lifestyle that this pandemic has created. So even though they don't want to learn, and not only does that apply to students, it also applies to teacher, because there are teachers, whether we like it or not, there are teachers that are actually that do not want to learn about technologies. Some of them may say that I'm really old and I'm not into technologies. I didn't know all of these technologies when I was still young, and maybe it's too late for me to learn all of these technologies and how do they run. So this incidental learning will give us a lot more exposure and will give us a lot more things to learn about the things that we have not learned, because we are given the opportunity to learn new things. So when you are teaching, just be sure you have a lot of information from the back pockets of your brain, so that whenever things go unplanned, like questions from your students are unplanned, they may have thrown you questions that you're not actually thinking about, that they would have to throw at you. But then most of the time, these questions will be driven to the point that it goes back to what your discussion is, and it goes back to how you can handle those questions that are not part of what you're actually dealing to them. But then again, a lot of things will have to get into place, and there are numerous ways when that this the information that they were trying to get from you will be driven back to the questions or to the lesson that you were giving to them. So um, however, this may trigger a self reflection, and this could be used to encourage learners to reconceive what could otherwise be isolated learning fragments as part of more coherent and long-term learning journeys. So when we are when we think about when we think about incidental learning, we must think about students that are, not doing, and students that are trying to ask us questions that are not part of the lessons. Maybe they're trying to gauge our um, knowledge of the content that we're teaching to them. If that is the case, then we should have at least be ready on those cases. And if these unprecedented cases happens, we have things that we can support ourselves into, and we should not be able to like go astray or far from what we actually wanted, or the learnings that we actually wanted our students to get from us. So that is incidental learning. The second thing that I will be talking to you would be adaptive teaching. All right. So when you say adaptive teaching, it means that all the learners are different. We know that our learners are different. Single learner is no single learner is, yeah, like all learners are unique. There isn't any learner that is, you know the same with another learner. You may have a students with you in the classroom, 50 of them, 40 of them. Sometimes these students may have like, you know, I have 20 kids in my room. So I may be teaching some of my co-teachers have like 15, some of them have like 14, 13 students inside the classroom. No matter how big or how small your class is, you have to think about all your learners are different. Most educational presentations and materials are the same for all, and it's not right. Um, there isn't any one size fits all to for the kids, for the learners. This creates a learning problem if you think that way. If you're thinking that way, then that will create a very big problem. So think about adaptive teaching instead. By putting a burden on the learner to figure out how to engage with the content, it means that some learners will be bored, others will be lost. So if you are giving the same kind of teaching, the same kind of learning to all of your kids, there should be kids that will be bored, and there are kids that will be challenged, and there will be kids that would not even do what you were asking them to do, because they are not learning on the same pace. All of our students should not be learning on the same page, and they cannot learn on the same page. So um, and very few are likely to discover paths through the content that result in optimal learning. Only a very few of our students will have to discover the most optimal learning that they can get. But most of your students, if you will give them the same kind of instruction, they will not be able to get it. Adaptive teaching offers a solution to this problem. It uses data about the learner's previous and current learning to create a personalized path through the educational content. So you are going to think about the kind of learners that you have, how to know these learners. Gelford made mention earlier that um, we are all driven by data. A lot of things that we do here in the United States were all based on data. That means that we test our kids to have a benchmark data. That means at the beginning of the school year, we give testing to the children so that we know that we know these kids, and we know the data for all of the kids that we have in the classroom. And after knowing all these data, we are going to put them into tiers. So some of the students go to tier 1, some of the students go to tier 2, and some of the students go to tier 3. And these tier groups will have to go to interventions. Interventions may come in a different way. Tier 1 students, these are students that are um, doing poorly. Tier 2, that are doing moderate, and tier 3, these are students that may be doing really great. So the tier 1 students, they will go to the interventionist. If they have problems in reading, they will go to the reading specialist, because they we have already know the students and what their tier groups are. We can send them to the reading specialist if they're challenged on reading. If they're working poorly on reading, they can go to the reading specialist. If they're not, if they're doing poorly on math, they can go to the math specialist. And when tier 2 students will be classroom based, so that's when the teacher and other teachers also come in, and we are going to cater the needs of these tier 2 students. That means that are these students are doing moderately, or they're doing the average way. We can give them a lot of things that would help them, because they just need us, you know a simple push to bump their scores up, because they're right at the cusp. They're already right at the cusp. They just need a simple push, so that they can get higher. They can get a score higher than what they were or what they had. So that would actually give them a lot of things that they can do for themselves, so they can benefit as well. Those are tier 2 students. Tier 3 students, these are the students that are doing great. They are already doing great. I mean, they they're doing good on math, both math and reading, and they just need to, they just need to be given more challenging things that they can keep challenging themselves into. So they will be given to the instructional aids. So when we work on our tier groups, the specialists are working on the students that are not doing really good, they're doing poorly. The ones that are doing average, the teachers are helping them in their intervention time. That's part of our class schedule. We have intervention time in our class schedule every day. So when we do interventions, these part of my class, let's just have my class for example. Part of my students will go to the specialists, because they will be helped. They will be given help. um, the part of my students that are doing average, they will stay in my classroom, because they're they're right at the cusp, and I'm just giving them a little push, so that they can bump their score higher than what they got or what they got. um, for those doing great, for students that are already doing great, they will be working on they will be working with the instructional aids. We have instructional aids here that will help the teachers. These aren't teachers. The aids aren't teachers, they are aids. So they are helping the teachers on intervention time. So whenever there's intervention time, they will be pushing in services. They will come to your classroom, pull out some of your kids, and these kids will have to work with them, and they will have to give them a lot of challenges, so that these kids that are really doing great can continue on improving themselves, because they are also given help with the aids that are helping them. So that is adaptive teaching. Adaptive teaching systems recommended by the best places that's to start new content, and when to review old content. So when you do adaptive teaching, you're not only teaching them the contents that are already working, you're also teaching them some new contents. You have to integrate it to your old contents, or the contents that you're already teaching or already working in your, like, in your school. And they also provide various tools for monitoring one's progress. So when you do adaptive teaching, that means you are also taking their progress and tallying them, if they've made progress or if they have not made progress. Because by the end of the year, you should have all your students at least make progress. Because when you have, we have three benchmark teaching here in my school district. We have the fall benchmark, that is by the beginning of the school year. They will have to take the benchmark in the fall. We have a winter benchmark. The winter benchmark is that's the second benchmark testing that they're going to take, that somewhere in the winter, and also the spring benchmark. So somewhere in the spring they're also going to take their last benchmark, and we'll have to look at the scores that they have gotten from the fall to winter and see if they have made significant, significant progress or no progress at all. But as what Gelford have made mention earlier, the we are the schools here in the United States are so data driven that we have to make progress every time, from their spring benchmark to their from their fall benchmark to their spring benchmark. They will have to make, each of your students have to make growth, and you should have to meet the growth that you have, because you will have to set growth for your students. If you have set the growth that you wanted your students to get, you have to meet that growth by the end of spring, or when they're taking their spring benchmark. So when you're doing that, they build on long-standing learning practices such as textbook reading, or add a layer to computer-guided support. We have a lot of computer-guided support. We do Prodigy in math. It's kind of like a game, but it's actually teaching them. Although it's a game, but it's actually teaching the students on how to do their math problems. Um, they it's embedded in a game, so the students are thinking that they're playing and they're having fun, but in fact they're actually doing some math problems. They're solving some math problems, and when they do, they can continue working on their game. If they do not know what that problem is, if they do not know how to answer that problem, might as well they can't continue to that game. That's one of the computer guided support. One of the things as well is that we have another computer guided support, which is called Study Island, in which they have to have they will have set of questions asked, and if they get that question right, they will have to play a game. So we a lot of computer guided support is given to students, because this will actually get their attention to keep on doing what they need to do. Gelford made mention earlier that if you keep on teaching, if you keep on giving them theory and whatnot, all these talks that you're given to them will be void and null, or null and void, and they will have to they will have to feel bored and whatnot. Some of the students will just say out loud, "I am bored," and that's not going to help. If they will have to say, if one of your students have to say he or she is bored, then most of your students will also have to say the same thing. And that is one of the things that you should avoid, because you should not let a student start a conversation telling everybody else that they are bored. So we have computer-based, computer-guided teaching, or computer-guided support that will help the student get into the game, but they're doing the work that they need to do. They're not only getting guided support, computer guided support in math, they're also getting computer guided support in reading as well, and in science. So most of the things that we're doing here is that we are giving them all the stuff that they need to work on independently, and that they need to work on. If they have problems, then that is where the teacher steps in and help them. But the teacher would not have to give the answer right away. The teacher will just have to continue asking the student questions until he or she will be able to answer the question by himself and get the correct answer for himself. so that he can go and proceed to the topic or to the game that he was about to give or he was about to get after she gets the answer correct. All right. And when we're talking about data, it is such a time spent, for reading and assessment scores. Um, can be a form basis for guiding each learner through the educational materials. So when you get your data, because like what I said earlier, we are data driven, and that everything is everything should be bound to what the data says. If we do have the data, the benchmark data from the fall one, if we have that, we might need to redirect all the instructions to this certain group of kids because they're not doing really great. This certain group of kids are doing averagely, and this certain group of kids are doing really good. So we'll have to have them all tiered, and then they will have to work on a separate pace so that all of them do not get bored. All of them will be working independently, and all of them will set growth by the end of the school year. They will have to get growth by the end of the school year. So adaptive teaching can either be applied to classroom activities, or they can also be applied in online environments where learners control their own pace of study. So it's really up to, giving the kids all the support that they need on the pace that they have, because not all students gets to be on the same pace as what their classmates are. If you are thinking that way, you're just hurting your students. You're just giving them a lot of grief, and you're giving them a lot of um, frustration. And we don't want to give the children frustration. If they get frustrated, might as well they won't have to do their work. Might as well they won't have to finish what they have started. Might as well they will just close the book and let everything just go out of the way. So that is it. um, be more proactive in teaching your students so that you can apply adaptive teaching, and have a lot of information as well in your at the back pockets of your mind, so that whenever questions come in out of the blue, students have to ask you questions that are not part of what you're talking to them or teaching to them. You have to incidental learning can take place. And I think that would be all for my the innovations or the innovative activity for fortifying teaching pedagogy that I have. Hopefully, yeah, Miss Mary Ann has more to add.
Okay. Good day, everyone, once again. And it is my privilege that you have invited me to share something, even though it is my first time actually. And to tell you honestly, I'm just new here in the United States of America, but then I was able to recognize and compare what are our systems being implemented in the Philippines and here in the United States. Well, actually, this is kind of challenging for me because I know there are lots of math wizards in the Department of Education in the division of Davao de Oro who are now listening and watching. At the same time, it is also kind of challenging on my part because I have only started with our for the school year 2021-2022. But then I am very, very much willing to share with you what we are doing in our daily basis of our daily engagement with our students. Jalford and Edson shared a while ago with student engagement. Yes, indeed, it is very, very important that we really make we really see to it that students are always engaged in our class, and it is our duty as mentors or supervisors, managers inside the classroom, that we see to it that learning is really, really achieved inside the classroom. So allow me to share to you our discussion or our topic for this day. All right. So, okay, for a while. And here we go. Okay, just for a while. Let's make it big. Where it is now? I can see it. By the way, sa lahat po ng mga nakikinig dyan sa Davao de Oro, lalong-lalo na sa mga taga Mungkayo, ang lungsod sa among damgo. Yeah, ang lungsod sa among damgo. Maayong buntag kanatong tanan. And of course, to the provincial government of the Golden Province of Davao de Oro, Honorable JB Tyron Oy, good day sa tanan, ug sa tanan-tanan nga mga mentors. Okay, let me share to you my humble learnings here in the United States of America when it comes to content area vision in mathematics. Okay, so in Mission Achievement and Success Charter School, if you don't know, and for your information, I am very, very privileged to be given the chance to be hired in an A+ school. When I say A+, this is really a charter school that is very performing here in New Mexico, in the state of New Mexico, particularly here in Albuquerque. And our students are really molded into the future, future programs or future careers that they wanted to have in the future. And the instruction program design is based on the instructional key programs or principle according to David Conley's 4 keys. And the Common Core State Standards in Mathematics articulate in 3 shifts in practice that align to and flow from Conley's 4 keys. So these are the basis for the 4 Conley's design for mathematics. It is work ready, job ready, career ready, college ready. In other words, MAS or Mission Achievement and Success Charter School do not just teach our students with the core of mathematics, but they are also preparing them to be college ready and of course to have their readiness in their work or in the chosen field in the future. So as you can see, when we say work ready, it meets basic expectations regarding workplace behavior and demeanor. That's why our students here are really, really following the certain system of discipline. Well, actually, inside the classroom, our students follow the so-called economy of language. Yes, you hear me right? You heard me right. Economy of language. We are using commands in short phrases, which is already oriented by the children, by the students, most especially way back when they're still in the pre-K level. Yeah, they're already oriented. Say, for example, the teacher wants them to be silent, so the teacher will just say voices off. And when the students hear that, everybody shuts their mouth. No need to repeat it again and again because they already understand what is that all about. When they say, I need to see all pencils up, they are not starting their work, or shall I say their activity or their work practice in a daily basis without even having this unison movement. In other words, they need to be unified when it comes to starting a certain activity, most especially in our subject mathematics, because our discussion here in a certain lesson is time bounded. We have our time, like in the Philippines. I know we're using it, naman. We are using it. Yeah, actually, we have this so-called motivation. Of course, MAS also is having that one. It's just that it's kind of presented in a different term in a different way, but still it's some kind of motivation. But since it is aligned in a different program design for learning mathematics, that's why everything is time bounded. If we are going to spend the first period, we are going to spend the first 5 minutes for this certain work, next 15 minutes for this certain works, and you need to achieve every activity in those certain in those certain span of time. And yeah, that's what I've been struggling here ever since the class started, because way back in the Philippines, we're just usually, very, very flexible when it comes to seeing our students not be able to achieve this certain fluency, achieve the certain skills. But then here, we need to follow the time limit in every part of the lesson. And that is accomplishing everything in just one setting. For your information, actually, that's what I have said a while ago. MAS, or Mission Achievement and Success Charter School, where I'm currently working right now, is only dealing with, I guess, four subjects. We have mathematics, we have science, and we have prep period, and of course we have reading. Those are the only subjects that our students are dealing every day. And for your information also, unlike in the Philippines, we only spend 1 hour for mathematics. Here in the United States, particularly here in the New Mexico state, they are giving 2 periods, 2 separate periods. So if I have 1 hour for the first period, I need to go back for the next period for us to have also another set of activity that needs to be accomplished in a certain day. So those are the things that are, of which our lesson plan here, or the cognitive way of is implementing the design of learning math. So we have there the key cognitive strategies: problem formulation, research, interpretation, communication, precision, and accuracy. American people are really very particular with the precision of their answers. Of course, same with the Filipino people, but here they really give the weight of work to the students, not by the teachers. They really need to have it done by the students. All we need to do is to just really facilitate. I know we are doing that in the Philippines. I know teachers, most especially yung mga magagaling na mga mathematics teachers, they just tend to, roam around and then try to see if the students works. But since we have different numbers of students, I am only dealing with 22 students in one section, in one cohort. Compared to the Philippines, we are dealing with 60, 65, or we're 70 students in a certain class. And monitoring all their works in one setting is kind of taxing on our part as teachers, but I guess that's why we're having the collaborative learning. We're having this group activity in order for us to maximize our time, at the same time maximize the learning that we're giving to our students. But here in the United States, since we're dealing with a few number of students, 22, 23 in one cohort, then we have all the ample time to give our full attention, most especially that we are really aiming for equity in learning. Yeah, you heard me right, equity in learning. So we don't have the ranking for in a certain class. We don't do that. We don't declare honors. Yeah. What we're doing is we're trying to achieve there is equality of learning in every student. And I'm going to show you in the next slide what are we following here. Okay, so we are also concerned with the key content knowledge, the key terms and terminologies. Yeah, of course, that is very, very basic in our subject, the factual information, linking ideas, and organizing concepts. I want to stress this organizing concepts here because we are fond of asking our students to really formulate this so-called conjuncture, and we're going to discuss that one later. The key learning skills and techniques, of course, number one, there is a time management. Yeah, very, very basic. Every second here really, really counts. And we need to be vigilant, of course, of the time that we're spending inside the classroom. Study skills, most especially the reading skills. In prep time and in reading time, they usually spend their time, the whole time reading and annotating. Yeah, that's it. Reading and annotating. So they are really, really, molded, or shall I say, prepared to do different stuff that entails their patience and their time and of course their full attention and focus. And goal setting, yeah, self-awareness. Also, we have our Choose Love. This is the only school here in New Mexico that implements Choose Love curriculum. Yeah, Choose Love curriculum. In the Philippines, we're having this K-12 curriculum, yeah, RBEC and BEC. Here, this school is kind of different because they are implementing Choose Love curriculum, of which they are trying to mold the student holistically, most especially in psychological and emotional setting. Why? Because we know that, most of the kids here are prone to social media and of course technology, and they tend to be suffering a lot of most of the time in stress and depression. So this school is really aiming to develop and intensify and strengthen the personalities of every individual. That's why they are having this Choose Love curriculum. And of course, persistence, collaborative learning. Yeah. This is kind of not really applicable right now because of the pandemic that we are experiencing, a threat in our community. But still, because we're having our face-to-face classes, all we can do is for them to allow a turn and talk. Yeah, 1 minute turn and talk. They're going to talk with their partner. We call that in the Philippines peer teaching. Yeah, peer teaching. Here, we call it turn and talk for 1 minute. So in 1 minute, they need to really talk about things that we have discussed. And after that, you're going to have the cold call, of which you're going to call randomly the students of what they have talked a while ago during the turn and talk time. And then, of course, we have student ownership of learning. Yeah, that's formulation of or organizing concepts. When students were able to formulate, they own it, and they really have the grasp or ownership towards the idea, the key point or the big idea that they have shared inside the classroom, and that boosts their confidence to really participate more in our discussion. And key transition knowledge and skills for post-secondary programs, selection, admission requirements, financial aid, of course. Our school is kind of very generous because they have their free breakfast, free lunch, because they believe that an empty stomach is not really possible for learning. And that is why they're giving everything to the students, most especially the things that they need when it comes to learning. And of course, the career pathways and cultural identity issues and others. Okay, so let's proceed with the focus and coherence directly. We have the 3 shifts in our program in mathematics, and one of it is focus, coherence, and rigor. Focus and coherence are connect to the key content knowledge and standards for mathematical practice that can be seen as represented in the 3-part definition of rigor has close ties to the key cognitive strategies and ownership of learning within key learning skills and techniques. And the standards for mathematical practice, yes, what I have said, we have the focus, coherence, the rigor, that does not mean hard. The shift specifically say equal intensity in conceptual understanding. Yeah, you heard me right, equal intensity, because we're into equity of learning. The procedural skills and fluency. This means fact and skill fluency. It also means fast and accurate. And of course, most of the time, application. And the Common Core calls for greater focus in mathematics. We have, rather than racing to cover many topics in a mile-wide, inch-deep curriculum, the standards ask math teachers to significantly narrow and deepen the wait time and energy that are spent inside the classroom. So we are really encouraged to break down into smaller details all the general ideas that we have planned for the day. I know a mathematics teacher in the Philippines are also doing that. We are trying to be flexible to suit into the needs of our students, most especially that we know the skills in mathematics is prerequisite, right? It's prerequisite. There is this great need for them to learn the skill before they are going to go to higher mathematics. So, for example, you can go to fractions if you don't know the PEMDAS. You can have the decimal if you don't know how to do the basic addition, subtraction, division, and of course, multiplication of numbers, and of course, the number theory and everything. So there is a need for us to prepare them. But here, while we are preparing our students, we don't jump into mile wide and inch deep curriculum. Instead, we basically focus on the basic, the standards, I mean, the core of every topic that we are discussing. I'm going to show an example on that as we go on. Of course, coherence, it's linking topics and thinking across grades. Yeah, mathematics is not a list of disconnected topics. It's what I have said. The skills here are prerequisite, and tricks or mnemonics. It is a coherent body of knowledge made up of interconnected concepts. And therefore, the standards are designed around coherent progressions from grade to grade, and learning is carefully connected across grades so that students can build new understanding into foundations built in previous years. Yeah. And of course, the last one is rigor, a pursue conceptual understanding, a procedural skill, and fluency. Fluency in the skills. They need to master every skill before we proceed to the next topic. And we have our design for that. And application with equal intensity. Yeah, that's why we are rooting into equity of learning. We are really, really rooting for equity for learning for every student. It's achievable because I have only few number of students. And if the Department of Education in the Philippines can, design also a lesson anchored to what they're using here in the United States with the number of students we have within a certain classroom, I think it's really possible. We have our math wizards there. So maybe we could also adapt this, design of the lesson. And of course, rigor also refers to deep, authentic command of mathematical concepts, not making math harder or introducing topics at earlier grades. We are having the conceptual understanding, the procedural skills, and fluency and application through different and various strategies, most especially games. Yeah, mathematical games. Children or students really love that. But since we are into pandemic, so we cannot really, widen our time with the mathematical games when it comes to group participation, because we need to follow COVID protocol. And yeah, I want to share with you this mathematics teaching practices here. I hope it's clear. Yeah, first is establishing mathematical goals to focus learning. Effective teaching of mathematics establish clear goals. I know we're doing that. Yeah, and that is also the same thing that is happening here. The second one is implement tasks that promote reasoning and problem solving. I know Filipino mathematics teacher are also doing that. We try to ask our students with higher order thinking skills based questions that elicit their logical reasoning, and of course promotes also their skills of problem solving. And the next is the use and connect mathematical representations. As what I have observed during our professional development training here, the United States is really, really fond of encouraging our students to really formulate mathematical representations. They are really encouraged or obliged, shall I say, to create their own representation, their own diagram based on their own understanding that is aligned with the conjuncture that we are following in every setting of our class. Next is we have the facilitate meaningful and mathematical discourse. I know you're also doing that, and it is also applicable here, of which every teaching, effective teaching of mathematics facilitates discourse among students to build a shared understanding of mathematical ideas by analyzing and comparing student approaches and arguments. And of course, we have these post purposeful questions. Yeah, I mean, open-ended questions. Those also are also applicable here. So we have the same, we are just also doing the same way of giving our takeaways, or I mean our um, open-ended questions to our students. But it's just that it is embedded within different parts of the lesson and build procedural fluency from conceptual understanding. You know, in every class that I'm having since the beginning of the school year, we always spend 3 minute, the so-called 3 minute drill. Our students are expected to answer a sheet of paper with 60 items of given following a certain scale. So, for example, a multiplication with 1 to 1 digit, or 1 to 2 digit, or 1 to 3, or 3 to 3 digit of multiplication. They are giving them time to answer the sheet of paper 60 items. Imagine 60 items in just 3 minutes. See? So there is the really need for the students to be really to be very, very ready when it comes to opening our mathematics class, because the very, very beginning, as a motivation, that's the initial and the partial motivation of every class, is for the student to perform a 3 minute drill of a certain skill. That is also aligned with the discussion or the topic that we are going to discuss later. So that is how they, I mean, prepare their students here of higher mathematics concepts. And of course, we also have this support productive struggle in learning mathematics. Yeah, every now and then we are observed by our instructional coaches. Yes. Also, it's the same thing in the Philippines. It's just that we are always observed by our instructional coaches. And one of the things that they are looking forward to see whenever they come into our class is that are we are we implementing the economy of language when dealing with our students? The second thing is, are we implementing that unified system of discipline to our students? The third one is, are we on the right pace of our lesson based on the, I mean, allotted time in a certain lesson? So that's how I mean challenging it is. But because we have already the prepared lesson plan, all we need to do is to just annotate it, what are the important things there. So what we're just trying to do, I mean, what I am just trying to do is just to fit in to every time that is allotted, to every pace of my discussion according to the plan of the day. And of course, elicit and use evidence of student thinking. Yeah, we always have this so-called exit tickets that serves as our quiz for the day. We also have our quiz for the day. But the only difference is that when I was teaching math in the Philippines, and when I was also observing other mathematics teacher, we tend to give 5 items, 10 items for our quiz for the day, focusing on that certain skill or focusing on that certain concept, mathematical concept. But here in our exit ticket, my God, our students are just dealing only 2 items. Yeah, one for the skill and the other one for the logical reasoning. Yes, and it's a problem solving. But prior to the exit ticket, they have lots of activities, series of practices to be done, prior to the exit ticket. So let me proceed to the next slide. So allow me to show to you the example of the intro of our individual lesson plan. This is the IPP cover sheet. First, we have here the overview. So as teachers, we need to read the lesson, skim all sections and problems, and even check the given if they are really, really aligned with the mathematical concept that we're trying to teach in that certain day. And then it has also closely the aim. You have here the aim, conjecture, as what I have said, and the connection to learning section, which is the section to the lesson plan. And the goal for that is to understand and be able to articulate what students should understand and be able to do by the end of the lesson and how the lesson fits within the aim sequence of the unit. The next very important part of the lesson is the called exit ticket. We need to solve the exit ticket problem prior to the implementation of it. Of course, every mathematics teacher does it with exemplar work. And of course, the goal is to use our experience with solving the exit ticket to be able to backward plans the rest of the lesson. And as we solve, we should be able to articulate what students need to do to be successful on the exit ticket, what students need to understand to be successful in the exit ticket, and the level of rigor called for in this lesson. And the next one is we have here the tie, or this is the think about it activity. Think about it activity, we are to read it, read the tie script. You heard me and you have seen it, right? Script. So our lesson plan, our class is really scripted, but our instructional coach are not encouraging us to be boxed. To be limited with what is within the script, but it should be 90% of the things that are found verbatimly in the script should be given to the students. That's how it works here in the United States. And of course, we are to plan for show call by creating 2 pieces of student work. Yes, we usually do it over the doc cam and it's projected on a projector. Jillford's shared a while ago that they have their screen for their computation, and for MAS, or Mission Achievement and Success Charter School, we're using the doc cam and of course the projector. And create the exemplary student work based on our key point. This is key point or the conjuncture, and create the non-exemplary students. So what we're trying to do, our students are to annotate first thing. And I understand that mathematics teacher in the Philippines, particularly in our division, are also teaching our students to take all important details, most especially if we are dealing with word problems, that's identifying the given. But here, they call it annotation. They read the problem, they annotate the important things before they write the given. That's how they do it. And then we are to present two important scenarios in each topic. The solution, and then we will allow the students to discover which among the given is correct and why. And they really need to answer that. And the goal for the think about it is to understand how the show code student work will serve to develop the concepts and what students should or could say about it. And the third one is identify desired versus anticipated responses for the broad questions provided. Yes, so use student must say. SMS here, it said student must say. So to locate and articulate what students must say or explain. Whenever we throw questions to our students in my class, if the student said it right, teacher do not need to repeat it again. Why? Because whenever a certain student talks, the teacher will give the command or the economy of language, everybody track the speaker. The speaker is already trained not to talk unless everybody inside the classroom is facing and looking towards him or her. Yeah, that's it. So whenever a student give the correct concept, teachers don't need to repeat it again. Instead, we need to proceed with the next part of the lesson plan and then try to show lots of activities and examples. And of course, the third is that ensure the size, format, and script are such that you can refer to it during execution. Yeah, when I said that we are always observed, they really tend to refer to the script. If you have given those important questions to the students, and if the students were able to give the proper and expected response to that certain question, of course, we are allowed to throw back packet questions. Yeah, follow-up questions, shall I say, in order for them to, when we want to emphasize a certain topic. And of course, the next part here is the TTC, or test the conjuncture. When a student formulates the key point or the big idea, they are expected to test the reasonableness of their conjuncture. Yes, when you tell them, okay, turn and talk and formulate the conjuncture for 1 minute. After they perform the think about it, they are going to formulate the conjuncture. And after formulating that certain idea, they will be given a certain time, they will be allotted time for them to test if the conjuncture they were able to formulate according to the first activity is really reasonable and correct. Yes. And whenever we also don't deal with a test the conjuncture when we start a new concept, we call it interaction with new material, this INM here, which is also problems done by step as we read the script. Yeah, we read the script. So the goal here is to practice building the exemplar along the side broad questions that we will be asking from the script, and to establish a clear exemplar for students to copy and reference throughout the practices. The second one is identify desired and anticipated responses for the UPESC questions provided. And you students must say, they should be able to say what are the expected responses that is found in the lesson plan. Yeah, whether it is verbatimly said or it is rephrased, as long as the content is there, it must happen. And then, of course, identify the moments through the test the conjuncture and interaction with the new material, where we will release students to try it on their own and build a criteria for success. This criteria for success here is our basis for the exit ticket. And in the Philippines, we tend to create our lesson plans first, starting with the objectives, right? We have the cognitive, the kinesthetic, and the metacognitive, and all other aspects. But here, we have the criteria for success. And this criteria for success is formulated as you go on with the series of activities that you are sharing to the students or for them to work with until they reach the exit ticket. Yeah, that's how it happens. And of course, we have the PP. This is the partner practice. Yeah, although, yeah, they're not allowed to, be seated beside each other, but they can talk, turn and talk, and then solve and turn and talk. And of course, we have the IP, or the individual practice, which is very, very relevant and very basic and necessary for us to master a certain skill in math. And of course, a teacher will, summarize the topic before they go to the exit ticket. Now, these are also part, yeah, this is our aim. As you can see, we only have two objectives. This SWBAT here stands for student will be able to, which is in our lesson plan, it is at the end of the lesson, students are expected to, but here the students will be able to apply addition and subtraction of decimal numbers and explain the process in terms of place value. This is an example of a lesson plan for the middle school here, the middle school. It starts with grade 6. And then we have a student will be able to gauge the reasonableness of the sum or difference using estimation. So we only have two objectives here. And this is a conjecture that the students are to create according to the first activity. And this is also the standard. We are also following standards like also in the Department of Education in the Philippines. And we also have the state test alignment. Yeah. Jolford shared a while ago that students are really expected to be very prepared because although we're not declaring honors or rankings, but still each student must pass the state test. Yeah, they really need to pass the state test. And it's kind of challenging on the part of the teacher, most especially if students are not really good with math or they don't like mathematics. As always, like in the Philippines, pag math na nga, sasabihin na lang ng bata, okay, time na para matulog na ako kasi math na. But yeah, there's great challenge for us to keep the fire burning with the student, to keep their focus and their full attention. Yeah, this is an example of the state test alignment. It's embedded within the lesson plan. And of course, we have their assessment of the exit ticket. As you can see, we only have two exit ticket. Yeah, find the sum of this and that, and then this one. And they need to give their explanation to that. Okay, allow me to show to you this certain example of the lesson plan. Okay, yeah, I can open it. Oh, this one. All right, so just for a while, I'm sorry guys for, okay. So this is an example of the lesson plan. I hope that it's kind of clear. These are the things that I was trying to discuss a while ago, but allow me to jump into the very form of the lesson plan. This is it. Okay. So, for a moment, I don't have here. Yeah, I don't have the slides. Okay, first part is the prompt for work time, circulate, debrief, synthesis, or frame. This is 15 to 17 minutes. Think about it. They're going to use this. They're allowed to use a calculator because this is, I think, on the third week. But the first week, they are not allowed. And then for prompt for work time, the teacher will say, you will have 5 minutes to work on this. Think about it. Please use the entire 5 minutes and please write in complete sentences and show all of your thinking. Okay, so they're going to work with this. And whenever the teacher, of course, we usually shuttle around or circulate, the teacher should be looking for these things here. Yeah. And we have our AGMO, or we call it aggressive monitoring for our students, of which we have our checklist that every student is really achieving all these things. See? Set A, sets with equivalent expression, explains that the digits shifted to the left the same number of times in the dividend and divisor. So the teacher must say, I need to see in your packet that you are doing these things. The next, I need to see that you are also having this multiplication of 10 or 100 from the given. And I need to see all of these things in the third row. And then after 5 minutes, the teacher will debrief the think about it, this part here. We're going to have it. And then these things that are in bold letters are the questions that the teacher must ask the student. Based on your calculation, we know the expression in set A are equivalent and the expressions in set C are equivalent, right? Like this and like that. And then we're going to show an example, and then the teacher needs to say, do you agree or disagree with the student? Every activity, we need to implement votation, because it will give the teacher a gauge that the student have his own decision of what are their point of view about the given. Yeah, they really need to decide which is which. And then they're going to have the turn and talk, TT here. And then after turn and talk, the teacher will have the cold call, calling randomly, and they're going to discuss. And this SMS here are the students must say, I agree with the word because of the students show that expression, I like this and like that. And until you reach here, the conjuncture, the formulation of the conjuncture. So with the think about it, they create the conjuncture or the key point or the big idea for the day. And then after that, they're going to decide if the conjuncture is true or false by having the test the conjuncture, this part here. So there is this certain given, and they need to, test if it is correct or not. So for example, the conjuncture here is multiplying the divisor and the dividend by the same power of 10 does not change the quotient. That's multiplying it 10 over 10 or 100 over 100. So that's an example of a conjuncture that is formulated that the student must formulate. And after having that, they need to work on it like this. Yes, they will be given 5 minutes to do that in every given. And the teacher shuttles around, checked if they are really doing this way. Yeah. And then if they have also estimated, then after that, prior to the activity proper, the teacher will say, oh, pencils up. I need all pencils up. And in 5 minutes, you need to work for this. But before that, for 30 seconds, I want you to annotate the problem. Even if it is not in a word problem, students need to annotate. Yeah, so what is an example of annotation? Say, for example, here, find the quotient of 39.68 and 3.2. Now, when you say annotation, they sometimes encircle or they underline important details. Like, for example, this quotient, and they're given 39.68 hundredths and 3.2 tenths. And they need also to identify. I told my students, whenever you annotate, you need to identify which is the divisor and which is the dividend. Yeah, for them not to get confused, because this might be new to them. And then they will be asked with these questions in bold letters. What is the question asking us to do? How can we apply our conjuncture to this problem? Should we multiply the divisor and the dividend by any number? Why? Vote? And so on and so forth. And then they also have to do with the next conjuncture number 2. Yes, with all of this given here. And then you need to throw again the same set of questions until they prove that their answer are reasonable. Yeah, reasonableness of a certain answer is somewhat like in this topic is presented through estimation or checking. And then after it is being decided that the conjecture is right, they are stamping the learning. They need to stamp, okay, final, that the conjecture is when you multiply the dividend and divisor by any number in powers of 10, the quotient does not change. Yes. And after that, they will perform the partner practice and the individual practice. So these are the criteria for success. We have it here. The teacher must see the problems are annotated with margin notes to provide additional meaning. And then all steps are shown for division. Like, for example, the division algorithm, the long method of division should be seen in their individual packet. And all steps for division are shown, and answer statement is written, most especially if it is in word problem and work is organized and neat. Yeah, but yeah, there is a need for you to, I mean, I mean, remind all the students of all of these things. And these are examples for us to follow whenever we debrief the problems given. Yeah, we need to fill this up whenever we try to annotate the lesson plan ahead of time. And this is the example of their packets. This will be given to our students on a daily basis. Yeah, one packet for the first period and another packet for the next period. And we also have one sheet for the minute drill, and we also have one sheet for the skill fluency, and they also have their individual workbooks. And mind you, say for example, for grade 8, they have provided 3 sets of workbooks. That is, 2 year level backwards. So if you're grade in 8th grade, you're going to receive the 8th, 7th, and 6th workbooks, and they need to work in it over and over again so that they master the necessary skills that will help them when they deal with topics in the 8th grade. That's how they do it. So as you can see, you have here the think about it. And after the think about it, these are the things to do for test the conjecture. Yeah, proving that the conjecture is correct. And they're going to really write verbatimly in their packets the conjecture. Yeah, they need to really write it. As what Mr. J has said a while ago, that whenever we write, we tend to remember the concept, and that's what they're trying to do. Then after that, they have the partner practice. For partner practice, they have the bachelor level. That's it. The master level, yeah, higher. And they also have check for understanding. Sometimes they have the PhD level and check for understanding, whether they really understand the concepts all about, and the independent practice. After partner practice, they are to work independently. This is it, bachelor level. We have the master level, and we also have the PhD level. Yeah, here it is, the PhD level. So they need to work on that. And there is this sense of urgency in doing everything, because kids here will get bored if you tend to explain a lot of time. Talking is most of the time for the teacher. Oh my God, they will not really cooperate. But if you tend to engage them into those activities, oh my God, you will be amazed that students are really working in it. Of course, this is the example of exit ticket. See, they only have 1 and 2. Very easy, very simple things, but I guess it has an impact to our learners. So those are the things that I have learned here. And it's kind of the same with our discussion or our design of lesson for mathematics in the Philippines. It's just that everything here are time bounded. Everything here are really, goal oriented. There is a need for us to accomplish everything of what is expected for us to accomplish in a certain in a daily basis. Yeah, that's it. It's kind of challenging, yeah, most especially that we are dealing with uh, students coming from different background, different culture, different tradition, and we also have this called language barriers because we have Mexican students. Yeah, some of the students don't know how to speak in English, and some of them are just trying to, learn English as their as their language of learning. So there is a great need for us, but still we were able to cope up with it. So all we have to do as Filipino students are we're be very flexible. But one thing that I'm proud to share is that we always got compliments coming from our heads, our instructional coach, our assistant principal, and even the principal. Every now and then, they tend to roam around, monitor, and observe. And right after, they give you urgent, yeah, on the spot assessment that you're doing well when it comes to your classroom management. And I'm proud to say, as a Filipino, as a cultural exchange teacher here in the Philippines, in the United States of America, that we were able to prove to them that we are that kind of teachers, looking forward that our students will really, really understand every detail and every core of mathematical concept that we have. So I guess that's it. So sorry if I'm too fast. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to share everything what I have learned for the past, for the 2 weeks of professional rigid training we had here in the United States. And I hope that whatever the things that I have shared, it will be of great help, most especially to the division of Davao de Oro when it comes to improving our delivery of lesson to mathematics. That will be all. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, our dear speakers coming from EUS. Well, thank you so much for your insights and, of course, your teaching encounters in UNS. Teacher Ram? You're mute, sir. And now to give us and to give the certificate of appreciation, let me call in our education program supervisor in the division of Davao de Oro. We have Dr. Renato Pakpakin, sir.
Yes.
Yes. So let me read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 11, Schools Division of Davao de Oro, Cabidjanan, Nabunturan, Davao de Oro. Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is presented to for sharing his valuable knowledge as resource speaker during the conduct of virtual mass training workshop on fortifying teaching pedagogies and other innovative teaching strategies in mathematics in the new normal, conducted from August 18 to August 2021, given this 18th day of August 2021 in the division of Davao de Oro. Signed, Euphemia Tigamutin, CESA 5, Schools Division Superintendent. Certificate of Appreciation is given to Mr. Gelford A. Teves. Another certificate is given to Ms. Mary Ann M. Gabisan. And another certificate is given to Mr. Edson Macapago. Sir Pax?
Hello. Okay. So thank you so much, no, for accepting the challenge. Thank you very much to Mary Ann Gabisan, to Sir Gelford, and also to Sir Edson. Pasensya na kay gahi kay mig mga ampapangig kay ang dating mga Bisaya man mi nindot kay mga accent mura tag maulaw sad. We actually want to express our appreciation for your very rich, no, very substantial and most inspiring presentation. So I believe, no, the people of Davao de Oro, especially the mathematics teachers of Davao de Oro, are very inspired now and are very ready now, no, to the upcoming classes. because we will be actually having our first day of class on September 13. So not the same with the US. Okay, parang nagklase naman siguro, no. So we actually learned a lot, no, and that will guide us in our future directions as we continue implementing our mathematics enhancement program. So in my part, no, daghan kay sa nga tanan kog nakuha nga pwede namo ma-implement, no. We have this kato mga strategies that you are presenting, your experiences, the situations in the US that can also be applied in the Philippines. One thing ako apong nakuan that we also need, no, we also need to come up with learning resources, and provide learning resources to our teachers, provide assessment resources for our teachers for them to be ready and not anymore making anything, no. Everything will be provided. That will be our future direction. And also katong gisgot po ni Ma'am Gabisan na agmo, agmo, no, agmo, that's aggressive monitoring. And I believe that will happen, no, that will happen in Davao de Oro, that we will be conducting aggressive monitoring in terms of learner proficiency, teacher teacher quality, and also school head capability. So with these three aspects, siguro we can improve, no, the performance of Davao de Oro, and also with the inputs that you have shared. So again, thank you so much, Sir Gelford, Sir Edison, and Ma'am Mary Ann. Hope dili mo matagam with today. Hope na we still have a lot of engagement in the future, especially that this mathematics enhancement program of Davao de Oro is a continuing process, and this is actually a series of trainings, activities to improve and for us to attain our desired goal of making all learners in Davao de Oro critical thinkers and problem solvers. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much to Dr. Renato Pakpaken, and of course for the expression of the gratitude on behalf of the mathematics teachers from the division of Davao de Oro. Again, thank you so much, dear speakers. Thank you so much for your time and effort rendered po sa amin po. And now, Teacher Ram.
Yes, that was the discussions herself was so adept and so genuine. We really learned a lot from them. And of course, as a reminder, teachers, we are resuming this afternoon at exactly 1:30 p.m. So again po, we will resume at exactly 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. So please fill up na lang po yung link natin for this afternoon session. It will start at exactly 12:30 this afternoon. So again, the link for attendance will open at exactly 12:30 this afternoon and will end at 2 p.m. this afternoon. And we will start at exactly 1:30 p.m. Teachers, thank you po.
Well, thank you so much, dear participants. This concludes our morning session for day 1. So we would like to greet all the teachers po na nandyan pa ngayon. I know dagan patagtunan mamaya. First part pa lang to and morning session pa lang yun po. Meron pa po tayong inputs na may bibigay po later po this coming afternoon. Teacher Ram?
Yes, and for that, have a great day and take your lunch, teachers, and we will resume at exactly 1:30 p.m. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.